This is the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. The fastest ice oval snowmobile race in the world. The world's fastest racers go bar to bar at blistering speeds.
The guys that win here are the best of the best.
It just gives you butterflies. At a moment's notice, it could all go wrong.
Only the boldest riders dare to push the limits.
And we are going to get the whole shot 96 miles per hour. How about that?
It's a rush. One heck of a rush.
Every pass, every turn, and every split second keeps you on the edge of your seat. Beausejour, Manitoba is the battleground where skill, speed, and sheer guts decide who takes the checkered flag. This isn't just a race, it's a full-throttle showdown.
That little shot of adrenaline kicks in you, nothing could beat it in this world.
You just kind of block everything out and go with it.
It's just awesome. You get to fly around the track at 100 miles an hour.
Look at him, 4 wide here into turn 1 and 2.
Don't just watch it, experience it. The thrill you have to see to believe. Join the crowd, feel the energy, and witness the world's fastest snowmobile racers battle for glory.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome back to the Co-op Community Complex and the CPTC racing action coming your way here today. We are going to continue with last night's program that was canceled due to excessive snow dust and a lack of wind. So we will go back to last night, race 45. This will be your Pro Champ 440 last chance qualifier. And here are the combatants. The number 3 is going to be Danique Lambert. The 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde. Riding the number 24 out of Beausejour will be Jordan Sobetsky. And the 75C is Calvin Cook. The 26 out of Beausejour is Quinn Whitechuck. The 6 out of Chisago City is Gavin Peterson. The 39 out of Lodi, Wisconsin is Tom Olson. And the 54 will be Calvin Peterson. 2 will go to the final, just 2. Race 45 on last night's schedule. Believe we have 52 races scheduled for yesterday, so about 7 here we'll go to, and then we'll go to today's program with race number 1. So a bit of a combination day here as the 39 pulling up onto the inside of the racetrack here as we get set to go. Riley Baker is our head flagman. Looking him over, this is your Pro Champ 440 last chance qualifier. And we're racing. Here we go. Looks like the 75C with a good start as we race them down the back straightaway. They are 3 wide here. Don't forget, only 2 qualify to the final here in the Pro Champ class for FXR. It is competitive. 26 and the 6, the top 2 right now. Quinn Whitechuck and Gavin Peterson in command here. If the race ended now, they would go to the final, but we've got lots more racing to do here. Sled slowing on the back straightaway and coming to a stop as your leaders cross the start-finish line. Tom Olson on the number 39 in the 3rd spot. This is your Pro Champ last chance qualifier to go to the final. Green flag being displayed. 26 and the 39 now into the 2nd spot. Tom Olson has some speed now. We've got troubles up front. Believe that is Whitechuck slowing in turn 3 and 4 now. Lots happening here early. That is the 39, the 6, and the 24. So the local Jordan Sobetsky now in the 3rd spot. And Sobetsky is going to challenge 2nd place here, but he is running out of time. Sobetsky had some good runs yesterday here at the big half mile. As they come out of turn number 4, Tom Olson, the 6, will come 2nd. That is Gavin Peterson, followed by Sobetsky. So Sobetsky will not qualify, nor will the 48 of Philippe Roy Lalonde here in last night's program. All right, so that'll do it for your last chance qualifier in the Pro Champs. Next up, race 46 on the schedule will be Pro Formula 500 racing, and that'll be the final. 7 laps will be the distance. This is sponsored by Triton Air and Mechanical. Pro F500 final coming up next. All right, we do have the lineup now for race 46, Pro Formula 500 final. We're going to collect a sled or 2 here from the previous race. Our safety crew doing the job over in turn number 4. And we'll move to race 46, Triton Air & Mechanical Pro F500 final. The 86 is going to be, or rather 83 will be Jamie Bound. The number 10, Derek Meyer. Riding the number 34 is Colton Niewolny. The 22 will be Colton Abraham. On the 99 will be Connor Bauman. The 29, Brad Harrison, is out of Enola, Manitoba. The 113 is out of Strathcona, Minnesota. This is Kendra Westland on the 113. The 02X will be Mike Favorite, and the 11, Ben Meyer. Ben Meyer on the 11, rounding out the field in the upcoming Race 46 for Pro Formula 500s, brought to you by Triton Air and Mechanical. Many thanks to Triton Air and Mechanical for pitching in some extra dough for the weekend's activity here in the Pro F500 class. Certainly one of our most competitive classes here at the Co-op Community Complex. Well, if you're tuned in to cooldown.tv online, we'd like to welcome you here to the Co-op Community Complex and our second day of racing. Actually, we're still in last night's action on race 46 of 52 as we had to cancel due to snow dust. Tough break for the 26 of Quinn Whitechuck, leading that race and could have qualified. The 3 as well, Danique Lambert out of Quebec, heading back on the trailer as the Pro Formula 500s for Triton Air and Mechanical come to the starting line. We've been through the lineup here in the Triton Air and Mechanical Pro F500 final, so we're going to turn them loose here momentarily. Want to thank FXR for pitching in and being our corporate sponsor here this weekend. We'd also like to thank the Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, of course, sponsors of our Cobra pit area, Moosehead along with Twisted Tea, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Ron's Marine, Oak Bank Hearing Center, Lanson Pools and Spas, Century 21 Sun Country Realty, Cubex, Al Meisner Limited, East Crete, the RM of Brokenhead, and the town of Beausejour. All right, we are set here. Race number 46. Triton Air and Mechanical Pro F500 action. The 11 of Ben Meyer on the outside. Getting set to go, and here we go racing. I think the 22 with a pretty good start. That is Colton Abraham leading the charge down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. This race scheduled for 7 laps. It is the final. 22 is indeed in the lead. 34 in the second spot is Colton Niewolny. Good racing for 3rd and 4th, but it looks like your leader is pulling away slightly here. Jamie Bound on the number 83. On that very sharp-looking Polaris in the 3rd spot and challenging now for the 2nd place position. He is challenging the number 34 here. That is Colton Niewolny. Brad Harrison 4th on the 29. White flag coming out. Leader is certainly getting away from the rest of the pack here. Checkered flag is out. The 22 is going to win. Colton Abraham, followed by the 34 and the 83 of Bound. Brad Harrison coming across in the 4th spot unofficially in your Pro Formula 500 final. All right, time for the Ice Bike Open, race 47 on last night's schedule. Of course, we were here under the lights, but the wind quit last night. And, of course, lots of snow dust. So we had to postpone last night's event into today. So we are at race 47 of 52 on last night's program. And then we'll roll into today's program after race 52. So in the ice bikes here, we have the 219 is Caden Katowicz. The number 14 is Rylan Katazinski out of Selkirk. The 71 is the veteran, three-time Canadian motocross champion Kim Hood. The 318 is Tyler Feeblecorn. And the 489 is Avery Carr. Here we go racing. Avery Carr on the 489 wastes no time. That rider out of Beausejour, Manitoba on the 2023 Honda gets a great start. This Ice Bike Open race scheduled for 5 laps. It is the final. Caden Katowicz on the Honda showing the way here. That could change quickly, however, with Kim Hood on the 71 in the 3rd spot. Keep your eyes on the veteran, over 70 years old, a 3-time Canadian motocross champion, and still getting the job done at over 80 miles per hour on ice. Kim Hood to the inside on the Kawasaki, but can't make the pass for second. 80 miles per hour on the dot on the previous lap. '71 to the 2nd spot now. Keep your eyes on Kim Hood on that green Kawasaki. Looks like the white flag coming out this time around, so Hood is going to have to move quickly here as he is running out of time. .219 continues to lead this one. That is Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield. 83 miles per hour on the previous lap. They are moving along here. Pretty windy here and cold in Beausejour this morning. Last night was cold, but no wind. Caden Katowicz is going to take the win over Kim Hood in 2nd spot. 489 Avery Carr out of Beausejour was 3rd unofficially in your Ice Bike Open final. All right, race 48 on deck. Pro Formula 3 coming up. Pro Formula 3 coming up. Last night's final is now. And here's how they line up, riding the 102 out of the Wall Brothers Racing Stable in Green, Minnesota. This is Hutchinson, Minnesota's Blaine Stevenson. The 28 is Matt Gady. Keep your eyes on Matt Gady on the 28. He has been rocket fast. 220 is G-Money Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. He rides the Red Bull Skidoo. The 21 is Reed Klinger. Riding the 29, also very, very quick, is Joey Birch. The 48 is Nick Wickerham. Riding the 54 is Ryan McKegg. The 6 is Gavin Peterson. The 111, Tanner Foss. He races for FXR and Wall Brothers Racing. And the 61 is Ezra Grauman out of the Henke Motorsports camp. Race 48 on last night's schedule. Pro Formula 3 final, 7 laps will be the distance. DL Racing 54 of Ryan McKegg rolling up. There's the number 6 of Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. 111. Tanner Foss is there. Getting set to go. Riley Baker looks him over and turns him loose. Great start on the inside for the 221. That is Reed Klinger in a great big hurry off of the green flag. We've got a red flag condition. Looks like a rider has stopped in turn 1 and 2. A crash in turn 1 and 2. We believe that is the number 48 of Nick Wickerham, who has pulled the rope and appears to have refired. Looking at our cooldown.tv replay as they head through turn 1 and 2, getting a little bit sideways. Just missed it, I guess. Yeah. Did see a cone fly on our replay, courtesy of cooldown.tv. That is the number 48 indeed. Good to have that cooldown.tv crew here. Nick Wickerham on the 48. As the Pro Formula 3 drivers await relaunch here in race number 48, part of last night's postponed program due to snow dust. All right, taking a look at the current weather conditions here. It's currently minus 22-ish. That is Celsius, minus 7.2 Fahrenheit. Feeling like about minus 32 Celsius or minus 25 Fahrenheit. Humidity at 72%. And sunset at 4:24. And I believe today with tons of racing, we're going to be racing well into 4:24 and sunset. 28 of Matt Gady rolling up to the line. There's a 220 of Gunnar Stern, the Red Bull Skidoo. DL Racing 29, Joey Birch. 54, Ryan McKegg. The 6 is Gavin Peterson. Ezra Grauman on the Henke Motorsports number 61 outside. Getting set to go here. There are some talented riders and extremely good machinery here on the line. Looks to me like a false start. So we'll try this one more time. All right, coming up after this race number 48 will be the Sportsman 600 final. You'll need to be in staging for race 49. Then it'll be race 50, the Pro Light final, then the Outlaws, then an intermission. Then we will go with last night's Pro Champ final. Blaine Stevenson on the 102. Up to the start line, but maybe went a little far. We're going to get them sorted out once again. DL Racing 54 being called to the line, as is the number 6. That is, of course, Gavin Peterson on the 6. 111 Tanner Foss, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR. So the lineup looks good. 4 riders in the back row, including the 28 and the 102. Here we go. Lots of traffic in turn 1 and 2. This is your Pro Formula 3 final for FXR. .111 battling with the 29 for top spot. The 111, of course, Tanner Foss. 29, Joey Birch. .29 is the leader, followed by the 111, the 6 right there. That is none other than Gavin Peterson here in the Pro Formula 3 final. 95 miles per hour on the previous lap for your race leader. We got a wreck in turn number 3 and 4. That'll bring out a red flag. Rider is up, we're told. There's the 29, the 111 coming across the start-finish line. .61 is Ezra Grauman as our safety crews head on over to turn 3 and 4 to find out what happened and clean up the mess over in turn 4. That was a quick red flag here in the Pro Formula 3 race. Let's take another look on cooldown.tv. Attention in the pit area. Next race, Sportsman 600 final. Then the Pro Lights, then the Outlaws. Then a quick grooming break. Oh, definitely a collision in turn number 3. And sliding into the bales is the driver and the sled. You can see on the replay the arms going up, indicating everybody gets slowed down in a great big hurry. Again, for those of you just joining us here live at Co-op Community Complex or online at cooldown.tv, we are running a part of last night's program here. We are on race 48 from last night of 52 total. So we will run up to race 52, complete last night's program here today, and then get on with today's program here today. Yesterday's program today. You got her, Anthony, from cooldown.tv. Want to thank all the great staff and volunteers here at the Co-op Community Complex. It takes a boatload of volunteers to get the job done here each and every event, and what a great job they do here. Fantastic facility. All right, we are refired and back in turn 4, getting ready to restart here. Bit of a breeze here, coming from the south. That is the 28 of Matt Gady. Matt Gady on the 28. Fantastic racer, extremely competitive. One of the best in the business heading back to the pit area after that crash in the Pro Formula 3 class. This is the final. Good to go, we're told on the radio, so we'll get him back to the starting line and over to Riley Baker. All right, there's the 29 of Joey Birch. DL Racing entry. 111 is Tanner Foss. The 6, Gavin Peterson. The 221, Reed Klinger looking pretty good here. 54, Ryan McKeag. The 102, Wall Brothers Racing. 102 is Blaine Stevenson. Riley Baker, our starter, on the outside of the front straightaway, looking him over, and here we go. Looks like a better start for the 111 of Tanner Foss going by the 29. That is Joey Birch. Great start for the 111. Wasting no time. '29 battling back now. Joey Birch just a flying out there. .97 miles per hour on the previous lap. '29 is going to win it. Joey Birch takes the win, followed by the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. Great job by the 29 of Joey Birch, getting it done in the Pro Formula 3 final. All right, just getting the Sportsman 600 class organized in the staging area. We understand a couple of drivers are missing, so we'll get that updated for you as soon as they get to the line, and we'll delay our announcement of the lineup until we figure out who is missing. So race 49 is next, Sportsman 600 final. Then we'll move to the Pro Light final, then the Outlaw 600s. All right, so let's get on now with race 49. Sportsman 600 final. Now, we were told the 179 of Jason Mackey did not make staging. There is the number 23. That is Will Manchelenko. Will is out of St. Malo. 88 is Curtis Camp out of Oxdrift, Ontario. 21, Troy DeWald, is out of Michigan. 13 is John Hall out of Beausejour. The 08 is Brad Artimowicz from Dryden. Not sure if the 25 made it. I do not think so. And the 48 is Nick Wickerham out of Belding, Michigan. So a smaller field of Sportsman 600 riders than we thought in the final here. My count is 6. On the lineup sheets are 9. Starters taking a look at something on the start line. I wonder if it's a taillight situation. Great start for the number 21. Wow. Troy DeWald out of Michigan on the 2000 Polaris took off like a shot. Troy DeWald is your leader on the 21. We've got a sled stopped at the top of turn number 3 here in this Sportsman 600 final. Looks like in third spot is Curtis Cam Manchalenko. In the fourth spot, 96 miles per hour. Troy DeWald out of Old Grass, Michigan, showing the way here, and what a start he had, and that's the way to do it. No snow dust to deal with for the leader. Checkered flag. Now we understand second spot going to the 48 of Nick Wickerham. Third was the 88 of Curtis Cam. Nick Wickerham out of Belding, Michigan. Second, there's the 29 fourth. 23 rather. Will Manchalenko. So that'll do it for the Sportsman 600s. Apologize for second spot, Nick Wickerham. We just couldn't make out his number from up here, and we looked real hard. So the 21 was a real clear on the windshield and on the side of the sled, but couldn't make out the number on the 48. So that'll do it for the Sportsman 600s. Saturday, we're returning to and staying with Saturday's program. Race 50 will be your Pro Light final for 5 laps. And we're going to bring you that lineup momentarily. Brad Ortimowicz out of Dryden on the 08, getting some help from our safety crew on the back straightaway. Good shot on cooldown.tv. So we need Pro Lights in staging, then the Outlaw 600s will follow. All right, in the Pro Light final for 5 laps, race number 50 from yesterday's program. The 11 is going to be Jennifer George out of Princeton, Minnesota. The number 20 is Luke Lacasse out of Hanmer, Ontario. The 113 is Hannah Westland. And the C21 will be Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. Next up, Outlaw 600s following this Pro Light final. 5 laps is the scheduled distance here in race 50 from last night's program. All right, we are told staging is empty, so we will bring them to the line. And here we go. Great start for the 20 of Luke Lacasse out of Hanmer, Ontario. He's got company, the C21 Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin, right there as well. They are having a battle. C21 is the leader, followed by the 20. 113 and third is Hannah Westland. 90 miles per hour. Five laps the scheduled distance as the C21 of Brandon Christensen pulling away from the number 20 of Luke Lacasse. Westland and the 11, Jennifer George, is fourth. Jennifer George out of Princeton, Minnesota on a 2014 Polaris. .92 miles per hour. Moving along here in the Pro Light class. White flag coming out for your race leader. Brandon Christensen on the C21 with about a straightaway lead on the number 20, who had a great start. Love the graphics package on that number 20, Anthony. You want to talk about easy to read? I love that sled. Nice and green, bold numbers. Good for an old guy like me. And your winner, Brandon Christensen, going away. We've got a crash on the back chute. Luke Lacasse, second spot. Third is Westland. That is Hannah Westland on the 113H. And the driver on the back chute, that is the 11, I do believe. Sled is slightly in the bales. The rider is walking away. That is the 11, Jennifer George out of Princeton, Minnesota. Didn't see that. I don't know if we got that captured on camera or not. Nope. Okay. Looks like it's leaning on the left front there. I wonder if there's a ski or I think something, or maybe it looks tweaked. And that far down the straightaway, you'd have to think something broke. Usually they crash in the corners unless they contact somebody, but I don't think there was any contact there. So we'll have our safety crew remove that sled right near the Beausejour GM sign. Yeah, I believe it's left front ski. Or suspension or something related. Many thanks going out to the town of Beausejour and the RM of Brokenhead for supporting our events each and every time here at Co-op Community Complex. Want to remind everybody we have a 50-50 draw going on. Tickets are available in the Moose Den. That is our beer garden. All proceeds are going to the maintenance and development of this facility and local sports and community teams. Winner gets half of so far $3,530. So about $1,750, $1,760 so far for the lucky winner. So get your 50-50 tickets here today. The draw is 3:30 at the Moose Den. The 11 getting loaded up. Jennifer George out of Princeton, Minnesota on the Polaris. And we'll be ready to go with our Outlaw 600s. Those are the dirt track sprint car style sleds with the containment seat and the seat belts. And they will use a rolling start just like a dirt track car. The lineup for your Outlaw 600s, race 51 from last night. This is a final for 5 laps. The number 19 is Chris Plasky out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. The number 1 is Joe Schneider from St. Germain. The 3XL is Shorty Curran. The 44W is Dave Webster out of Monroe, Wisconsin. The 381 from St. Rita, Manitoba is Chris Soren. And the 4 from Lisbon, Iowa is Ron Teroff. Ron Teroff in the number 4 using an Eagle Outlaw chassis. All right, so we will have some ride-alongs in the handy van during grooming breaks, but that does not start today till 12 o'clock. So you can get on over to the Moose Den after intermissions, after 12 o'clock. You can hop in the handy van and get a ride around the big half-mile oval here at Co-op Community Complex. That's starting at noon. All right, rolling start here in the Outlaw 600s. This is their final. Race 51 of 52 in last night's program. So we're almost done last night. More information on these particular machines can be found at outlaw600.com. Pretty slow pace coming out of turn number 4. We are getting set to race 5 times around in the final. Good start for the number 1. That is Joe Schneider. Joe Schneider leads it into turn number 3. He is out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. 2018 Outlaw chassis. Chris Plasky, also out of St. Germain, Wisconsin, in the number 19, second to the number 1 of Joe Schneider. Ticking down the laps here. 5 was the original distance. Schneider and Plasky continue to battle. 381 is Chris Soren out of St. Rita, Manitoba. 83 miles per hour for the Outlaw 600 class on the previous lap. Joe Schneider out of St. Germain looking pretty sharp here. Here comes the 19 of Chris Plasky now. And takes over the lead. This time around, white flag coming out. 1 lap to go. It is Chris Plasky, Joe Schneider in the second spot. The 381 of Chris Soren is third. That'll do it. Your winner is going to be Chris Plasky. Soren, wow. Finishing third, but almost second. It'll be Joe Schneider in the 1 second. Then Soren, followed by the 44 of David Webster and Ron Teroff out of Lisbon, Iowa, rounding out the top 5 in race 51. Outlaw 600 final. Good racing action there. All right, it is now time for a Cubex intermission break. Here's how it's going to go. We're going to groom the track courtesy of Cubex, then return with race 52 from last night, which is our Pro Champ final. Then we'll get on with Sunday's program. Be sure and visit the concession area. Get yourself something hot to eat or hot to drink. Also, the Moose Den is open. We have a full line of CPTC promo wear. Check it out for Christmas. And how about that? Santa pictures in the fun zone from 12 to 3 today. So our ride-alongs from 12 to 3 on the track and Santa from 12 to 3. All kinds of activity here today. We'll be back with you momentarily here at the Co-op Community Complex after a grooming break.
I'm Lee by the Valley, and I'm protected by FAST.
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service. It's a co-op thing.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Ready to go. There is some racing happening here. Raise your hands if you're having a great time. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for them. Here we go. Oh, this is going to be a good race. One more time coming around for the checkered.
All right, we're back and ready to return to last night's program. In fact, the final race from last night's program, race 52, your Pro Champ 440 final, coming up here momentarily as Riley Baker putting the orange line down at the start-finish line. The riders collecting in turn number 4. And here's how they're going to line up for Pro Champ 440 final action. The number 220 is G Money Gunner Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. He rides the Red Bull Skidoo. And aboard the 39X out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin, on the Hool chassis, the rider is Justin Peterson. And aboard the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 111, this is Tanner Foss out of Greenbush, Minnesota, on the Polaris. The 102 from the same Wall Brothers Racing team, the 2025 Canadian Power Toboggan champion, is Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. The 221 is Reed Klinger, and the 8 is Travis McDonald. Travis is out of Lockport on the Skidoo, looking for a big win here today. This will be scheduled for 7 laps. And out of Drummondville, Quebec, this is the 79 Supergirl, Sabrina Blanchette. The number 28 is Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. The 39 is Tom Olson from Lodi, Wisconsin. And rounding out the field out of Chisago City, Minnesota, Gavin Peterson aboard the number 6. Good look at the Red Bull Skidoo of G Money Gunner Stern. 6-time CPTC champion alongside the 39 of Justin Peterson. There's the 102 of Stevenson. And the 111 of Tanner Foss. Wall Brothers Racing entries. The 8, sponsored by FXR. That, of course, Travis McDonald out of Lockport. Matt Gady, the 39 is there. Getting ready to go. Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City on the outside. 7-lap Pro Champ final. Getting ready to go. Looks like the 111 of Tanner Foss with the whole shot here in this 7-lap final from Saturday night's Pro Champ final. Ooh, they are flying into turn number 3 and 4. Here they come. The 111 and the 79 battling for the lead. They are getting at it in turn 1 and 2. Wow. 97 miles per hour as they enter through into turn number 3. Sabrina Blanchette on the outside. What a race we have in the top 4. The Wall Brothers Racing sleds 1 and 2, the 111 and the 102 in the first and second spot. Blaine Stevenson on the inside of the 111 now. He's playing for keeps. New leader, the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. Here comes the 28 now. Matt Gady in the second spot. What a great race. 39 off to the inside of the front straightaway. Green flag being displayed. 2025 CPTC champion leading this one. That is the Wall Brothers Racing 102. And we have got a red in turn 2. Just taking a peek over in turn 1 and 2. I think I see all the riders up. Very good news. Whoa. That could have been bad. Well, this is going to be a showdown to the finish here. Matt Gady on the 28 has been working his way up and looking real strong. But he has to pass one of the toughest guys in the business. That is the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. Blaine out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. Looking at our cooldown.tv replay now. Sleds and riders everywhere. Wondering if that is that green sled of Sabrina Blanchette. We're going to try to get a report from over there. A collection by the pit entrance as our safety crew goes to work. Want to remind everybody our track rides in the handy van start at noon. Any intermission after noon. We will have Santa at the Family Fun Zone. And all kinds of other stuff to see and do. Don't forget the Cobra pit area. Okay, it looks like the 111. That would be Tanner Foss, of course, on the back of the recovery sled. Tough break for the 111. This is our final race from last night's program. If you are just joining us, last night it was extremely cold and no wind whatsoever, so lots of snow dust. Our safety crews wisely made the decision to continue last night's program this morning with a little higher winds to carry away the snow dust. So we are on our 52nd and final race from last night, and we will get on with today's program following this race. Do believe that is Sabrina Blanchette over there in turn number 2. We will see who's going to refire here for the remainder of this Pro Champ 440 final brought to you by FXR. Now is a great time to thank some of our sponsors, including the Town of Beausejour and the RM of Brokenhead, East Crete, Al Meisner Limited, Cubex, providers of our sweepers, Century 21 Sun Country Realty, Lanson Pools and Spas, Oakbank Hearing Center, Ron's Marine, Beausejour Home Hardware, Access Credit Union, Moosehead along with Twisted Tea, Cobra Enterprises, Beausejour Co-op, and Beausejour GM along with Beaver Truck Center. Thank you to all of those great sponsors for making this weekend possible here at the awesome Co-op Community Complex. Okay, we understand on the radio, Tanner Foss out for sure. So far, Tanner Foss on the 111. Confirmed going back to the pit area for the duration of this race. We will see if we get some more reports from turn number 2. Don't forget the 50-50 draw tickets available at the Moose Den. That is our beer garden. The draw is today at 3:30. Half of the money will go to the lucky ticket holder, the other half to support the facility improvements, local sports teams, and community groups. So a good cause for the other half of the money. I think we were about giving away $1,700 or so about an hour ago, so we can certainly increase that quite a bit. Missing from this race now as well, the 39X of Justin Peterson. Justin is a tough customer out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin, and stopped on the inside of the front straightaway earlier. So it sounds like the 79 will restart, we think. Sabrina Blanchette. Reed Klinger also involved. So we are going to find out when we line up with 3 laps to go who's going to go to the back row. That'll give us an indicator of who was blamed for the crash. Nobody, of course, does that on purpose, but they got to name somebody, so we'll see who that is when they line up at the starting line. All right, there's the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. the Wall Brothers Racing FXR entry. You know that the 28 of Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota, is going to want to start as close to that 102 as he can. 221, Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. Then the 220 of Gunnar Stern, the 8 of McDonald. 39 is Tom Olson out of Lodi, Wisconsin. And I don't know if we have anybody else. It's like Sabrina Blanchette is missing from this party. As we get set to go on the outside of the front straightaway, Riley Baker waves the green flag, and a good start for the 102 with 3 laps remaining in this all-important Pro Champ 440 final. Rider slowing on the inside of the back chute. White flag is out. Up to the third spot is G-Money Gunnar Stern. The West Chicago, Illinois native up to third. 95 miles per hour on the previous lap. As the riders enter into turn 3 and 4, it is going to be a close one here. Checkered flag, Blaine Stevenson, Matt Gady. G-Money Gunnar Stern, the 221 fourth. That is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. That is your top 4 in the Pro Champ 440 final. Nice ride for the 102, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing. After winning in March here, the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship starts December off right here on the big half-mile oval at Co-op Community Complex. How about a hand for him? The 102, that is none other than Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing entry out of Hutchinson, Minnesota, that rider. All right, that's going to do it for our Saturday night program, and now we're going to move into Sunday's race number 1. We will start it off with Relic Mod Superstock 300 single-cylinder fan-cooled and free air. That'll be a final. Then race 2 will be Junior 2 and Junior 1 stocks. So if you're in those races, you need to be in staging immediately. Great job by Blaine Stevenson. He'll have an opportunity to win another one of these later on today in our 52nd race of today's program. Just 52 to go, Anthony. All right. Got to start somewhere. Pretty tough customer aboard that 102, and he gets the job done once again. All right, so we'll bring you the lineup in race number 1 momentarily here on our Sunday program. Again, race 1, Relic Mod Superstock 300 single-cylinder fan-cooled free air. And it looks like they're bombing down the back straightaway, so we're going to get going here right away. The start time for today's program was scheduled for 11 o'clock, and we are about right there. Actually, 4 minutes early. So we're going to scratch Ken Bruce from this race out of St. Anne. He will not be available on the 57X. We should have the 13 of Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg, the 179 of Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan, and the 57 of Sean Bruce out of Strathclair, Manitoba. All right, 3 sleds. That is correct. Relic Mod Superstock 300 single-cylinder fan-cooled free air final. 3 laps. Here we go. 179 in the middle of the racetrack. That is Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. That is a 1971 Arctic Cat. Thing's almost as old as I am. Runs a little faster too, like way faster. Especially in the cold. 3-sled race for 3 laps here in our first race of our Sunday program here at Co-op Community Complex. 179 leads it. 57 with a big head of steam. That is Sean Bruce out of Strathclair, Manitoba. Number 57 is a 1971 Yamaha. They're traveling 61 miles per hour on the previous lap. Lead change going on now. White flag will be displayed this time around, indicating just one more lap to go in race number 1 of the day. Sean Bruce showing well in the number 1 spot. Troubles for the 179 of Jason Mackey, who led this race early, but the Arctic Cat just not up to making 3 laps today. Your leaders over in turn 3 and 4 now. Riley Baker with the checkered flag in hand. That'll end this Relic Mod Superstock 300 single-cylinder fan-cooled free air race. Checkers to the 57 of Sean Bruce. Kieran Lowen will take second out of Winnipeg on his 71 Yamaha. And Jason Mackey limping down the front straightaway. Just praying that he's going to make the line. Oh, is it going to quit? Let's make it a little fix here. Checkered flag still waving. But I don't know if he's getting there. No, it shut off. Oh, he's going to push it. There's an athlete for you. I guess if he can't get the checkered flag, you can bring the checkered flag to him. I guess that'll be official. Here comes our recovery sled, I do believe. How about a hand for him? Nice job. All right. Got to get across that line for the big check. All right, second race coming up. Junior 2 Stock 380, Junior 1 Stock 380, combined class. Now, in the Junior 1 Stock 380, just one competitor. 19Z of Lucas Zadroik out of Eagle River. He'll start on the back row. On the front row of Junior 2 Stock 380 for 13 to 17-year-olds, 62 is Regan Cassidy. The 99 is going to be Levi Lurkey out of Hallock. The 80 is Colby Pazernik out of Balmoral, Manitoba. And the 22 is Miles Manchelenko from St. Malo. So Lucas Sedroik on the 19Z on the back row, the only competitor in Junior 1 Stock 380. Race 3 following this one will be your Habing HVAC Combo Classic for 5 laps. That will be a final. Then some Sportsman 600 action. So if you're in those classes, you need to be in staging immediately. And here they come. There is the 99 of Levi Lurkey. 62 Regan Cassidy to the line, as is the 22 of Miles Manchelenko. And the 80 of Colby Pazernik. The 19Z of Lucas Zadroik out of Eagle River in the second row in his own class. Good start for the 99 of Levi Lurkey out of Hallock, Minnesota. The 99 showing the way so far into turn number 1 and 2. Once again, next race, race number 3, Habing HVAC Combo Classic. You should be in staging right now. Race 4 will be Sportsman 600s for 5 laps. Race 5, Junior 2 F500 and Junior 1 F500. Nobody to challenge the number 99 of Levi Lurkey at 61 miles per hour on the last lap for Levi Lurkey out of Hallock, Minnesota, riding a 2023 Johnson Racing chassis. White flag being displayed on the front chute, indicating 1 to go, 1 lap to go for the 99, who has been unchallenged with about a half a straightaway lead. Good race between the 62 of Regan Cassidy and the 80 of Colby Pazernik. Looks like the number 80 of Colby Pazernik goes by into the second spot. Dropping the 62 to third, that is Regan Cassidy. Your leader coming down the front straightaway, 99, Levi Lurkey out of Hallock will take the win in Junior 2 Stock 380. The 80 in second is Colby Pazernik. And winning the Junior 1 Stock 380, the 19Z, is Lucas Sedroik out of Eagle River. All right, that'll do it for Junior 1 and Junior 2 Stock 380. That was race number 2 of 52 on the day. Race 3, Habing HVAC Combo Classic Final coming up. And here's how they line up. The 481 is Lucas Nast out of Guildhall, Vermont. The number 20 is Luke Lacasse from Hanmer, Ontario. 65 is Norm Chura. The 223 is Adam Braun. And scheduled to start as well, the 13, Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg on a 1980 Yamaha. Habing HVAC Combo Classic. All right, we're going to do 5 laps. That is what is written on the schedule. We were missing a rider, but that rider has now appeared, so they've gone back to 5 laps. They had it down to 4, but now we're back to 5. So 5-lap Habing HVAC Combo Classic race. Luke Lacasse looking good, but carving the inside is the 481 of Lucas Nast out of Vermont. Believe that was a false start. We're going to try that one again here in race number 3, Habing HVAC Combo Classic. Number 20 into turn number 1 and 2. All right, the 20 is at the pit entrance. That's Luke Lacasse out of Hanmer, Ontario. Rolling once again along with the 481 of Lucas Nast. All right, we're going to try it again here as we bring them down to Riley Baker, our official starter. Habing HVAC Combo Classic Final for 5 laps. 0 laps in so far. All right, the 20 going to start this one in the back. Luke Lacasse. Good start for the 481 of Lucas Nast out of Guildhall, Vermont. In the second spot currently is the 65 of Norm Chura out of Enola here in this Habing HVAC Combo Classic. 84 miles per hour on the previous lap. Right now it is all Lucas Nast out of Guildhall, Vermont on the 481, looking good. Luke Lacasse on the 20 in the third spot. Back to third from the back row, the 223. Adam Braun on the Kawasaki. The 13 is Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg on the Yamaha. Habing HVAC Combo Classic. White flag is out. 1 to go for your race leader. The 481 of Lucas Nast out of Guildhall, Vermont. And that'll do it. The 481 takes the win. Lucas Nast out of Guildhall, Vermont on the 74 Skidoo. Norm Chura second on the 65. The 20 of Luke Lacasse third. That'll do it for race 3, Habing HVAC Combo Classic Final. 223 of Adam Braun on the 81 Kawasaki coming across the start-finish line. We'll move now to race 4, Sportsman 600 round 1. And here's your starting lineup. On the 179 is going to be Jason Mackey. The 48 is Nick Wickerham out of Belding, Michigan. The 14 is Todd Temple from Grand Point. The 23 out of St. Malo is Will Manchelenko. The 88 is Curtis Cam. The 08 is Brad Artimowicz. The 13 is Jonathan Hall. He is from Beausejour. And Troy DeWald is out of Michigan on the 21. Sounds like Brad Artimowicz is missing. The 14 is missing. At least that many not coming to staging. Sportsman 600 round 1. All right, getting set to go here. Sportsman 600. Keep your eyes on that 21 on the outside. Great start for the 21. We've seen that all weekend. Troy DeWald out of Michigan with a lightning quick start. This is race number 4, Sportsman 600s. We are now into our Sunday program after completing our Saturday night program moments ago. .93 miles per hour in the Sportsman 600 class. 48 is off into the pit area. .21 dominating this one. The 88, Curtis Cam in the second spot, but nowhere near the leader. Great job so far by Troy DeWald out of Michigan. Curtis Cam on the 88 second. 23 is flying. Will Manchelenko into the third spot. White flag, 1 to go for the 21 of Troy DeWald. Checkered flag, that'll do it. The 21 of Troy DeWald wins that one, no question about that. 88 second, that's Curtis Cam from Oxdrift, Ontario on a 2000 Polaris. 23, Will Manchelenko. Third, 13, John Hall out of Beausejour. Fourth, and that'll do it for race 4. Sportsman 600, round number 1 in the books. We'll be back in a moment with Junior 1 and 2 F500s. All right, so Junior 1 and Junior 2 F500s. The Junior 2 will start on the front row, 14 to 17-year-olds. The number 60 is going to be Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve. The number 25 is Xavier Kanceruk out of Dryden, Ontario. 79X is Maverick Palubisky-Onen out of Killaloe, Ontario. The 626 is Waylon Corpita from Wausau, Wisconsin. The number 44 is Marley Peterson from Lancaster. And aboard the C21 is Brandon Christensen. He is from Neenah, Wisconsin. Rounding out the Junior 2 F500 field is Oliver Davis out of Stevens Point, Wisconsin on the 29. The lone Junior 1 F500, Lucas Zadroik. On the 19Z, he'll start on the back row. Number 25, dead at the start. Xavier Kanceruk out of Dryden, Ontario. Unable to compete in this one. Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin on the C21 in the lead here. And moving on down the racetrack. Maverick Palubisky-Onen with troubles on the 79X. Doesn't sound too good. We've got a red. We've got a flipper in turn 3 and 4. Looks like the rider is back up, but the sled is upside down. That is the 626 of Waylon Corpita. It is 929 right now, but it's actually, it is sick. You confused me there for a minute. The 626 is Waylon Corpita. It does look like 929, you're right, but it is 621. Watch when they flip it over, Anthony. I had to think about that for a while. Just keep in mind, I'm easy to confuse. If I wasn't, I wouldn't have this job. 626 indeed. Waylon Corpita out of Wausau, Wisconsin. That is a 1989 Polaris. back on its skis now. We are working in race number 5, Junior 2 and Junior 1 F500 class. We will do a restart here after the track is cleaned up. Next up, race 6 will be the IFS 440X final. Race 7 will go to Junior 1 and Junior 2 sprints. Junior 2 is Sprint 600. Junior 1 is Sprint 380. Then race number 8, Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, and 440 Fan. That'll be a final. Then Women's Formula 500 for race 9. And then race 10, Habing HVAC Supermod 300 Free Air Liquid final. All right, the 626 back on its way to the pit area. That rider, Waylon Corpita, headed back to the pits as we get set for the restart in race 5. Don't forget the concession area remains open. There's great food available over there. Get yourself a hot cheeseburger or fries. They have poutine and all kinds of other great stuff. There's the C21 of Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. 29 is Oliver Davis. Oliver is out of Stevens Point. 44 is Marley Peterson from Lancaster, Minnesota. Braxton Cassidy is on the 60 out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba. Getting set to resume here in race number 5, the Junior 2 F500 class. And we're away. Final call for race number 6, IFS 440X. That will be the final. Lucas Nass, Joe Presta, Dylan Barron, and Brody Popowich are requested at staging. C21 is your leader, Brandon Christensen, followed by the 29 of Oliver Davis. 78 miles per hour on the previous lap. Green flag still being displayed here on the front chute. C21 continues to dominate. There's the 44 of Marley Peterson out of Lancaster in the Westland chassis. 60 of Braxton Cassidy. The 19 is in the Junior 1 F500 class. White flag is out for your leaders, C21 and 29 of Oliver Davis. 79X is Maverick Palubiski Ionen out of Ontario. And that'll do it. That one is over in the Junior 2 and Junior 1 F500 class. Finishing in the top 3, of course, is the 79X of Maverick Palubiski Ionen. C21 doing a heck of a job, as always. Brandon Christensen all the way from Neenah, Wisconsin on an 89 Polaris. And Lucas Zdroik on the 19 will win the Junior 1 F500 class for 10 to 13-year-olds. Race 6 coming up, and we'll bring you that lineup momentarily. All right, race 6, IFS 440X final for 4 laps, we're told. Lucas Nast is going to be on the 481, Joe Presta on the 80. Number 35 is Dylan Barron from Enola, Manitoba. And the 797, Brady Popowich from Springside, Saskatchewan on a 1978 Skidoo. All right, getting set. Almost ready to race them here. IFS 440X final. And away we go. Great start for the 80 of Joe Presta. Joe Presta out of Whitemouth, Manitoba. Next up, Junior 1 and Junior 2 sprints should be in staging. Joe Presta on the 80. He's got her figured out. The 481 second, Lucas Nast. Brady Popowich is on the 797 and Dylan Barron on the 35. Joe Presta is flying out there. 79 Skidoo chassis showing the way here. White flag, 1 to go. Lucas Nast in the second spot, Brody Popowich third. Dylan Barron apparently has left the building. Checkered flag is out for the 80 of Joe Presta. He will win the IFS 440X class. Second spot, Lucas Nast out of Vermont. Third spot, the 797 of Brody Popowich out of Springside, Saskatchewan. That'll do it for race number 6 now. Race 7, Junior 2 Sprint 600 and combined with Junior 1 Sprint 380. Here's how they line up in Junior 2 Sprint 600 action. The C21 is Brandon Christensen. The 29 is going to be Oliver Davis. Riding the 10 is Derek Meyer out of Michigan. In Junior 1 Sprint 380, the 80 will be Colby Pazernik. The 99, Levi Lurkey out of Hallock, Minnesota. The 11 is Ben Meyer. And the 626 is Waylon Corpita out of Wausau, Wisconsin. On the 2025 TNN chassis. Should have way more. Should have a total of 8. 4 in the Junior 2 Sprint 600s. 4 in the Junior 1 Sprint 380s. So it looks like 3 in the Junior 2 Sprint 600s and 2 in the Junior 1 Sprint 380. So we'll check out this race now. Race 7 on our schedule for the day. And it looks like Brandon Christensen on the C21 with a good start. The 10 is Derek Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan. That is a 2000 Skidoo. Riley Baker has the green flag in hand. C21 and the 10 do battle. 29, Oliver Davis is out of Stevens Point, Wisconsin, on the wall chassis. 78 miles per hour on the previous lap. Ben Meyer leading the Junior 1 Sprint class. For 12 to 14-year-olds, that is Junior 1 Sprint 380. Ben Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan on the 11, leading that race from the back row. White flag coming out this time around in the Junior 1 and Junior 2 sprint race, race number 7. One to go for Brandon Christensen, the 10 trying to catch up, as is the number 29 of Oliver Davis. Ben Meyer continues to lead the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class. Brandon Christensen over Derek Meyer second, the 29 third, Oliver Davis, and Ben Meyer coming across in the Junior 1 Sprint 380 for 12 to 14-year-olds. That will do it. Waylon Corpita in the Junior 1 Sprint class on the 626. Coming up next, race 8, Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan. That'll be a final. That is next up. All right, here's your lineup. In race number 8, the 223 is Adam Braun out of Winnipeg on a Kawasaki. Riding the 14, this is Alex Manchelenko from Dufrost, Manitoba. Aboard the 165 is Justin Habing from Dugald. The 78 is Mike Klassen out of Altona. From Mackinac, North Dakota, the 15 is Sheldon Carlson. The 580 is Joey Friesen from Altona. 47 is Danny Leonard. Danny is out of Beausejour. The 867 is John Bushby out of Colbert. And the 12 is Alex Braun from Altona, Manitoba. I don't know if there's Alex there on the 12. Yep. Jonathan Bushby is on the 867 alongside the 12. 867 on the extreme outside here. Well, as he did yesterday, the 15, Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota with a great start. That is a 1976 Mercury working its way around the racetrack. Steered by Sheldon Carlson. After this one, we'll move to race 9, Women's Formula 500. You should be in staging. John Bushby up there on the 867. Adam Braun on the 223 is third at 72 miles per hour on the previous lap. Jonathan Bushby looking pretty slick out there right now. He is out of Colbert, Washington on a 1982 Polaris. Number 1 spot, dropping the number 15 of Sheldon Carlson to second spot. Adam Braun now on the 223 on the move on the Kawasaki. So it is the 867 in the first spot. Adam Braun, the 15, is third now. Alex Manchelenko fourth on the number 14. Mike Klassen on the 78 and the 580 of Joey Friesen having a good battle. White flag is out for your race leader, John Bushby. Adam Braun second. 14, Alex Manchelenko in the top 5. There's the 165. Justin Habing out of Dugald on the Polaris. It is a 1976 vintage Polaris. Checkered flags out for the 867, John Bushby. The 223, Adam Braun, will come second. Then the 14 of Alex Manchelenko third. In your Super Stock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, 440 Fan Race, the John Deere number 12. Across the line, Alex Braun out of Altona. That is a 1980 John Deere. Next up, race 9, Women's Formula 500 final for 5 laps. That lineup coming along soon. Following that, we'll move to the Habing HVAC Supermod 300 Free Air Liquid Cooled Final. Oh, looks like trouble for the 15, Sheldon Carlson. Out of Mackinac, North Dakota. That is close to Grand Forks, North Dakota. Loading up that number 15. That is a 76 Mercury. Real nice looking sled. Saw that in the pit area the other day, and nicely prepared sled. However, on the recovery sled right now. So we will remove the 15 of Sheldon Carlson and the 12 of Alex Braun and get on with the Women's Formula 500 final. We will get you that lineup when they hit the track. All right, here's your lineup. Race 9, Women's Formula 500 final. The 434 is out of Lancaster, Minnesota. The rider is Miranda Peterson. Aboard the 113H from Strathcona, Minnesota, this is Hannah Westland. The 44 is Marlee Peterson from Lancaster. And out of Dayton, Minnesota, the 757 is Hannah Cook. Hannah is on a 1989 Polaris. And rounding out the field, from Strathcona, Minnesota, on a 1989 Polaris, this is Kendra Westland. Kendra Westland on the 113 in race number 9, the Women's Formula 500 race. All right, 5 on our race schedule, 5 on the starting line. All right, here we go racing right now. Good battle off the starting line here in the Women's Formula 500 class. Next up, your Habing HVAC Supermod 300 Free Air Liquid Final. You should be in staging right now. Miranda Peterson on the 434 leading this one. The 113 is Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota on the 89 Polaris. Real good racing here in the Formula 500 class. This one originally scheduled for 5 laps. Westland not giving up. Hannah Westland is third on the 113H. The 757 is Hannah Cook in fourth. 78 miles per hour. There's the 44 of Marley Peterson. Battle for the lead. Look at this going on in turn number 4. Great action as Westland making a race out of it. What a great battle. Here comes your leaders around to take the white flag. Kendra Westland ahead of the 434 of Miranda Peterson. Third is Hannah Westland on the 113H. Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota on the 1989 Polaris, looking sharp here in race number 9, Women's Formula 500 action on the track. 113 is going to take it. Westland, 434, Miranda Peterson in the second spot. Miranda's out of Lancaster, Minnesota. Hannah Westland on the 113H, third unofficially. Looks like the 757, Hannah Cook, out of Dayton, Minnesota, will unofficially take the fourth spot. Marley Peterson on the 44 in the fifth and final spot in race number 9 for the Women's Formula 500 class. One more race here before intermission. Habing HVAC Supermod 300 Free Air Liquid Cooled Final. We're going to scratch the 272 of Marty Burke. That 272 will appear, but it will be ridden by Peter Jackson. So Peter Jackson on the 272. The 65 is Norm Chura out of Anola, Manitoba. 13 is Kieran Lowen. The 165 is Justin Habing out of Dugald. And we're told Vic Mazer might not have made the line on the 44. But I do not see a 44 on the starting line for FXR. So looks like we got a 4-horse race here. And here we go. We are racing. Final race before our Quebec's intermission break. This is race 10 on your schedule. Habing HVAC Supermod 300 Free Air Liquid Final. Peter Jackson riding the 272 1975 Arctic Cat. Norm Chura showing the way on the 65. Looks like the 13 with some problems. That is Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg slowing on the front straightaway and into turn 1. Now he looks like he's picking it up a bit again. 72 miles per hour as Norm Chura continues to run out the string here. Norm Chura, a veteran out of Enola, Manitoba, on a 73 Polaris, is owning this race and now comes around to take the white flag. Nobody within striking distance. Peter Jackson on the Arctic Cat in the second spot. They are spread out all over the racetrack. And your winner, Norm Chura, on the 1973 Polaris. Number 65, Norm Chura, gets the job done. Second spot should be going to Peter Jackson on the 1975 Arctic Cat. We've got the 165 still on the track. Justin Habing out of Dugald, 1973 Polaris. Unofficially third. And that should do it. Well, it's time now for a Quebec's intermission break. Don't forget to visit the concession area. Lots of great food available over there. Also, check out the Moose Den, our beer garden. We have plenty of ice-cold beverages available in heated comfort at the Moose Den. Check out our full line of CPTC promo wear. Some great-looking merchandise over there. Just in time for Christmas. We're going to be back with you momentarily here at the Co-op Community Complex for race number 11.
Did you know that Moosehead is 100% owned, 100% packaged, and 100% brewed in Canada? Now, I'm no mathematician, but I would say that would make Moosehead 300% Canadian. Makes you think.
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Are you a homegrown fan cheering blue and gold wherever you go? Passionate about our province and caring for our communities? For the ultimate Bombers fan, level up your game day experience with the Access Credit Union Bombers debit card. With perks like discounts at the Bomber Store, VIP stadium entrance, and a chance to win a pregame sideline experience and giveaways.
What are you guys doing here? The game's not till tomorrow.
We got in so fast with our Bomber debit card. I guess we jumped the gun a bit.
Get your Bombers debit card from Access Credit Union and level up your game day.
your hands if you're having a great time. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for them. Here we go.
Oh, this is going to be a good race.
One more time coming around for the checkered.
All right, we're back here at the Co-op Community Complex for race number 11 on Sunday here. And we're going to go race 11, Supermod 440 Free Air and Liquid Final. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. And on the number 65 out of Beausejour, this is Cody Whitechuck. From Guildhall, Vermont, the 481 is Lucas Nast. Nast is on a 1976 Arctic Cat. The 223 is Adam Braun out of Winnipeg. The 79 is Sabrina Blanchette, Supergirl, out of Drummondville, Quebec. That is a 1974 Skidoo. The 867 is John Bushby out of Colbert, Washington. The 20 is Luke Lacasse out of Hanmer, Ontario. And the 65 is Norm Chura from Enola, Manitoba. He is on a 77 Moto Ski. Supermod 440, Free Air and Liquid Final. There's the 20, a good shot of him on cooldown.tv. That is the 20 of Luke Lacasse. 223, Adam Braun out of Winnipeg. Good looking Kawasaki. Getting set to go, Supermod 440 Free Air and Liquid. These things are gonna fly. Good start for the 79 is Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. Supergirl showing the way over the 481 of Lucas Nast. Supergirl with a big lead now. Norm Chura in the third spot. 91 miles per hour as Lucas Nast out of Guildhall, Vermont, taking a shot at the leader in turns 3 and 4. .481 to the inside, Lucas Nast. Now Supergirl on the outside of the back straightaway and appears to be slowing. Hand up for Sabrina Blanchette, who will be unable to continue now. Lucas Nast out of Guildhall, Vermont is the leader going away. Norm Chura, second. Luke Lacasse, third on the number 20 out of Hanmer, Ontario. But a tough break for Sabrina Blanchette here in the Supermod 440 Free Air Liquid event. White flag coming out. We've got a wipeout in turn number 4. Looks like the rider is up and okay. .223 on the front straightaway. That is Adam Braun on the Kawasaki out of Winnipeg. As our safety crews get to work, that is the number 20 involved in turn number 4. Luke Lacasse out of Hanmer, Ontario on a 1974 Skidoo. We're looking at the cooldown.tv replay here now. Oh, just loses it right on his own. Sled right into the bales. The rider right through the hole in the bales, but the rider is okay, and that is great news. Riley Baker, our flagman, heading on over there to have an inspection. Now is a great time to thank all our volunteers here at CPTC. They do a great job each and every year. There's over 4,000 bales around this big half-mile course, and obviously there are times when they need to remove them back into position. And this is one of those times right here in race 11, Supermod 440 Free Air Liquid Final. Attention in the pit area. Next up, race number 12, Junior 1 and Junior 2 stock 380 combined class. Race 13 will be the Pro Lights. Race 14, Super Stock 250, 300, and 340 fan. And race 15, Junior 2 F500s. So that is your next 4 or 5 races in order. Luke Lacasse out of Hanmer, Ontario. On the hook on the back straightaway off towards the pit area. As is the 79 of Sabrina Blanchette off to the pit area. There's the 79. Lucas Nast parked by the pit staging area as the work on the bales getting done in turn number 4. Last call, Junior 1 and Junior 2 stock 380 riders. We need you to staging immediately. Followed by the Pro Lights. Well, looks like the bales are done over in turn number 4. Great job by our safety crew. Now, I thought that number 20 was going on the hook, but I'm not sure now. Unless that's another sled. That could be Adam Braun over there, my guess. I do believe that is Adam Braun on the 223. That is Adam Braun on the 223. Thanks, Chris, from cooldown.tv. Glad to see somebody's paying attention to me. Great shot. There's the 65 Norm Chura rolling out of Onola, Manitoba. Longtime racing veteran. Still doing a great job aboard the 65. We are in race 11, Superbod 440 free air and liquid final. Junior 1, Junior 2 stock to staging. Don't forget at our next grooming break, our next Quebec's intermission break, we will have ride-alongs on the track. You can get on over to the Moose Den. A handy van will pick you up and take you for a ride around the track. And I believe there's going to be a stop at the DL Racing trailer as well involved in that whole deal. So do check it out. Concession remains open throughout the day. We have delicious food over there. Anthony was saying how good the poutine was yesterday. Delicious cheeseburgers, hot coffee. And there's that sled on the recovery unit, the number 20. Luke Lacasse out of Hanmer, Ontario. 74 Skidoo. As we make our way back to restart race 11. Norm Chura on the 65. .481 is Lucas Nast. .223, Adam Braun out of Winnipeg. Looks like just 3 will restart. This is race 11. Supermod 440, free air, and liquid cooled. Bad start for the 65 of Norm Chura. That is unusual. The 481 of Lucas Nast, wasting no time getting on that 76 Arctic Cat throttle in a hurry and leading this race. This is a one-lap duel to the checkered flag. The good start was important, and the winner will be the 481 of Lucas Nast. Chura in the second spot. Third, the 223 of Adam Braun. Mini sled racing going on as well. Last lap was 80 miles per hour in that race number 11. All right, race 12 coming up. Junior 2 stock 380 for 13 to 17-year-olds. And Junior 1 stock 381 competitor for 10 to 12-year-olds. That'll be the 19Z of Lucas Zadroik out of Eagle River. In the Junior 2 stock 380 for 13 to 17-year-olds, the 62 is going to be Regan Cassidy riding the 99 out of Hallock, Minnesota. This is Levi Lurkey. The 80 is Colby Pazernik, and the 22 is Miles Manchelenko from St. Malo, Manitoba. That is race 12 lineup. Following this, we'll move to the Pro Lights. You should be in staging. All right, here we go. Getting set to go. Junior 2 stock 380 on the front row. Junior 1 stock 380 on the back row. Side by side in turns 1 and 2. The 19Z is the Junior 1 stock competitor and lone competitor, Lucas Zadroik. At the back of the field out of Eagle River. Started on the back row. Great racing up front here in race 12. Junior 2 stock 380 for 13 to 17-year-olds. As they head down the front straightaway, your leader is the 99, Levi Lurkey. Colby Pazernik is on the 80. The 62 is Regan Cassidy out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba. That is a 1999 Polaris. Miles Manchelenko out of St. Malo on the 98 Skidoo here. White flag coming out, just one lap to go. So far, nobody to challenge the 99 of Levi Lurkey out of Hallock, Minnesota. 61 miles per hour for your race leader, Levi Lurkey, on the Johnson Racing chassis. And your winner is the 99, Levi Lurkey. Second to the number 80. That is Colby Pazernik. 62, Regan Cassidy. The 22, Miles Manchelenko. Finishing up in the Junior 1 stock 380 class for 10 to 12-year-olds, Lucas Zadroik out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. All right, awaiting the arrival of the Pro Lights here for 5 laps. Race number 13 on the schedule. 113H is going to be Hannah Westland. Keep your eyes on the C21 of Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. Luke Lacasse is on the 20. The 29 is Oliver Davis. And the 11 is Jennifer George. Jennifer George out of Princeton, Minnesota on a 2014 Polaris. Race 13 on your schedule of a scheduled 52 races. However, we understand we're going to go down to 50 races as we will be missing a couple of last chance qualifiers. Good looking number 11 on the outside, Jennifer George out of Princeton, Minnesota, here in the Pro Light division. 113. Hannah Westland is there. Getting set to go racing momentarily. 5 laps. There's the 29. Oliver Davis out of Stevens Point, Wisconsin. That is a Wall Brothers Racing chassis. Built in Greenbush, Minnesota. Good start for the C21 of Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. That also a Wall Brothers Racing chassis, and that thing is fast. Good lead already. Westland in the second spot. Being challenged right now, but your leader is about a half a straightaway away already. Brandon Christensen continues to dominate. 29 in the second spot, Oliver Davis, now followed by Hannah Westland in the third spot. 91 miles per hour. So these things are moving along. Fourth spot, Jennifer George out of Princeton, Minnesota on the Polaris. But right now it is all Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin on the Wall Brothers Racing chassis. Taking the white flag, 1 lap to go here. Oliver Davis in the second spot. Westland third. As your leader works through turn 3 and 4. Brandon Christensen is going to take the win on the C21 here in your Pro Light Round 1 race. Second spot going to Oliver Davis on the 29 out of Stevens Point, Wisconsin. Hannah Westland followed by the 11 of Jennifer George for fourth spot unofficially. That'll do it for race 13 in the Pro Lights. Okay, a couple of riders missing in race number 14, Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan. Looks like Sean Bruce on the 57 and Danny Leonard on the 47 unable to compete. So we'll have Peter Jackson on the 720, the 14 of J.J. Koopman, and the 15 of Sheldon Carlson to compete. Sheldon is out of Mackinac, North Dakota, and that means 3 riders, 3 laps for this final. All right, Riley Baker looking him over here. Race number 14 set to go. Had a good start for the number 15 out of North Dakota. 1976 Mercury with the hole shot. But they are side by side now as they head down the back straightaway. Just 3 competitors in this race 14 for 3 laps. Looking a little bumpy in turns 3 and 4 now. Sheldon Carlson in the lead. J.J. Koopman on the 14 and the 720. Peter Jackson is out of Hillsdale, Ontario, on the John Deere in the second spot now, as the 14 of Koopman with problems on the inside of the back straightaway. White flag coming out this time around. Troubles for the 15 as the 720 of Peter Jackson leading this race by attrition. Peter Jackson out of Hillsdale, Ontario, riding his 1978 John Deere around pretty much by himself now. And he will collect the checkered flag. Checkered flag is out. That'll do it in race number 14. 15 of Sheldon Carlson limping around the racetrack. 14, J.J. Koopman out of Jansen, Saskatchewan, stopped on the back chute. So the 15 of Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac will cross the line, but not at the speed he would have liked to. Race 15 coming up momentarily. We'll bring you that lineup. It will be your Junior 2 F500s for 14 to 17-year-olds. And Junior 1 F500, one in the back row, Lucas Zedroik out of Eagle River. All right, race 15 coming up, Junior 2 F500 for 14 to 17-year-olds. This is the final for 5 laps. The 626 will be Waylon Corpita out of Wausau. Riding the 44 is Marley Peterson from Lancaster, Minnesota. Aboard the number 79 out of Killaloe, Ontario, this is Maverick Palubiski-Yonen. The 29 is Oliver Davis from Stevens Point. The number 60 is Braxton Cassidy. The 25 is Xavier Kanseruk out of Dryden. And the C21 is Brandon Christensen from Neenah, Wisconsin. Now this is a combined race. Also in this one is the Junior 1 F500 class. That is only one rider, Lucas Zedroik out of Eagle River in the back row. Junior 1 F500 for 10 to 13-year-olds in the back row of this race coming up. And here we go. Good start for the C21, Brandon Christensen. Awesome rider, doing a great job. This is your Junior 2 F500 final for 14 to 17-year-olds. 29 leading now. That is Oliver Davis out of Stevens Point. Ahead of the C21 of Brandon Christensen. 78 miles per hour on the previous lap. Side-by-side action. Here comes the C21 of Brandon Christensen, really putting pressure. Whoa, ski right up in the air there out of turn number 2 for the C21. That is some great racing up front. Junior 2 F500, 14 to 17-year-olds really doing battle here. Oliver Davis dropping to the second spot. Third is the 626, Waylon Corpita. Maverick Palabisky-Yonan in the 4th spot on the 89 Polaris. As your leaders getting into lap traffic now in turn 3 and 4. One lap to go for the C21. Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin, aboard a 1989 Polaris. Looking pretty sharp down the back chute here. And Brandon Christensen will take the win over the 29 of Oliver Davis out of Stevens Point, Wisconsin. Waylon Corpita will be unofficially third. Coming across the line is the 19 in the other class. That is the Junior 1 F500 10 to 13 class. The 19Z is Lucas Zadroik. That'll do it for that race. Race number 15 on our schedule. Next up, race 16 on the schedule, IFS 340X final. We'll bring you that lineup in just a second. Hey, there's Santa. How you doing, Santa? Did you get me that Ferrari for Christmas? I've been a pretty good guy, you know. Real good, as a matter of fact. All right, no more Santa pictures outside. We're going to move it inside to the warm confines of the Moose Den. Santa's got thumbs up. All right. All right, let's move to race 16, IFS 340X final. Lucas Nast is out of Guildhall, Vermont on the 481. Luke Lacasse is on the 20. The number 13 is Mike Stratachuk out of Southeast Saskatchewan. Riding the 35 out of Anola should be Dylan Barron. And the 80 is Joe Presta from Whitemouth, Manitoba. He should be on an 81 Skidoo. Luke Lacasse on the number 20. There's Stratachuk on the number 13. That's an 81 Motoski. There's the 80 of Joe Presta. On the outside. Yep. Looks like we got a jumper, the number 20. Luke Lacasse. A little too excited on the starting line. Next up after this, we'll move into the Junior 1 and Junior 2 sprint classes. You should be in the staging area. Good start for the 481 of Lucas Nast. Lucas Nast out of Guildhall, Vermont on the 74 Skidoo showing the way. This is the final in the IFS 340X class. .88 miles per hour on the previous lap. Lucas Nast out of Vermont is riding away with this one. The rider out of Guildhall, Vermont. That is a trek. Good looking Skidoo up front. The 80 of Joe Presta in the second spot out of Whitemouth, Manitoba. Then the 20, Luke Lacasse, being followed by the 13 of Mike Stratachuk out of Southeast Saskatchewan. White flag is out for the leader. 1 to go. Checkered flag is waving. Lucas Nast out of Guildhall, Vermont is going to take this one over the number 80 of Joe Presta out of Whitemouth, Manitoba. Third, the 20, Luke Lacasse out of Hanmer, Ontario. These results, of course, unofficial. And the 13, that is Mike Stratachuk out of Southeast Saskatchewan. Hey, well, we got a minute. We want to say a shout out to Brett Richter over in Michigan watching the races here on cooldown.tv. We miss you, man. We hope to see you soon. Brett Richter, a big part of what's gone on here in the past years at CPTC, and wanted to just say a special hello to Brett. Hope you're enjoying the races. It's way warmer where you are in your living room. Race 17 coming up. 2 combined classes here. Junior 2 Sprint 600 on the front row. Junior 1 Sprint 380 on the second row. So race 17 looks like this for the Junior 2 Sprints. C21 is Brandon Christensen. The 53 not in the lineup. The 10 is Derek Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan. And the 29 is Oliver Davis. All right, in your back row, Junior 1 Sprint. 626 is Waylon Corpita. The 11 is Ben Meyer. Riding the 80 is Colby Pazernik. And the 99 is Levi Lurkey out of Hallock, Minnesota. Green flag is out. Here we go. The 10 and the C21 get away quickly. Looks like Brandon Christensen leads this one early with the number 10 of Derek Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan in the second spot. Oliver Davis third on the 29. Don't forget about the back row, Junior 1 Sprint 380 for 12 to 14-year-olds. 2 separate races going on here. The 11, Ben Meyer, leading the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class. 79 miles per hour, 79. Good racing action up front here. Green flag being displayed on the front straightaway as we are racing away in the Junior 2 Sprint 600 class. The number 10 of Derek Meyer not giving up on his lead here. He wants that lead badly from the C21 of Brandon Christensen. But Christensen, one tough customer out of Neenah, Wisconsin, looking pretty strong up front as usual. White flag coming out this time around. Oliver Davis, third in the Junior 2 Sprint class. The 11 of Ben Meyer still leads the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class. And here they come down the long front chute. Brennan Christensen followed by the 10 of Derek Meyer. 29, Oliver Davis. And winning the Junior 1 Sprint 380 is the 11 of Ben Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan. All right, race 18 coming up next. Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Super Mod 340 Liquid final for 3 laps. Just 3 riders registered in this one. The 20, Luke Lacasse. The 65, Norm Chura out of Anola. He is on a 77 moto ski and a 1974 Skidoo. Lucas Nast will be at the controls of the 481 out of Guildhall, Vermont. Following race 18, we go to the ice bikes, then an intermission. Get on over to the Moose Den, the beer garden, and you can spend some time with Santa, get a nice cold beverage. Awaiting the arrival of Pro Mod 340. And I'm just looking through the previous race. Luke Lacasse is in this one. He was in race 16 in the IFS 340, so he should be ready to go. Ice bikes, you should be in staging as well. Avery Carr, Tyler Feeblecorn, Kim Hood, Rylan Katazinski, and Caden Katowicz on the lineup sheet for race 19. Following this race 18 coming up next. All right, just 2 made it to staging apparently for race number 18. Looks like Lucas Nast is in turn 3. That's a moto ski in turn 4. That'll be Norm Chura. So I believe the number 20 of Luke Lacasse out of Hanmer, Ontario is not going to make the call here. So a 2-horse race here. All right, it looks like Riley Baker's ready to go on the starting line. 2 competitors here, race 18, Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Super Mod 340 Liquid. Another great start for Lucas Nast. Lucas Nast leading Norm Chura out of Anola. Norm is on a 77 moto ski, but it's not enough right now for the 74 Skidoo of Lucas Nast. White flag is out. 2 riders, 2 laps. 83 miles an hour for your leader, Lucas Nast. Checkered flag is out. Lucas Nast out of Guildhall, Vermont will win that one. Norm Chura second. That'll do it for your Pro Mod 340 Liquid, Super Mod 340 Liquid final. 2 laps was the distance. Ice bikes coming up next. All right, here's the ice bikes. The 489 is Avery Carr. Riding the 318 is Tyler Feeblecorn. 71 is Kim Hood out of Winnipeg. The 14, Rylan Katazinski, is from Selkirk. And not far away from Selkirk in Petersfield lives the 219 of Caden Katowicz. Kim Hood on the inside, but it looks like the 219 with a bit of an advantage. Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield. Kim Hood in the second spot. 3-time Canadian motocross champion and over 50 winner at Glen Ellen. Ooh, it's getting a little dicey. Studded tires going 80 miles an hour. Not my cup of tea. How about this? 81 miles per hour. Phenomenal job by the veteran Kim Hood on the Kawasaki. It's a 450cc Kawasaki. Kim Hood still getting the job done after all these years. 489 moving up to the second spot. That is Avery Carr out of Beausejour. Good racing for second and third between a pair of Honda-mounted riders. Green flag is out. So we are still racing here. 219 of Katowicz making things interesting in turns 1 and 2. Side by side. Oh boy, they are handlebar to handlebar. Great action for second and third here. White flag is out for the leader. Katowicz into the second spot. Carr third, but trying to go around the outside. Kim Hood on the 71 leads him out of turn 4. Kim Hood is going to take the checkered flag. Second to the 219, that is Caden Katowicz. Avery Carr out of Beausejour on the 489 will finish third. All right, time for a Quebec's intermission break. Handy Van is here. All right, thank you very much. So we will have ride-alongs on the track. The Handy Van is here over by the Moose Den, the beer garden. So if you want to ride along on the track, get on over there. Santa's at the beer garden, the Moose Den. Check that out. Check out the food at the concession area, and we're going to be back with more racing action soon here at the Co-op Community Complex. Time for a Quebec's intermission break.
I'm Lee by the Valley, and I'm protected by FAST.
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg. Full service. It's a co-op thing.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Ready to go. There is some racing happening here. Raise your hands if you're having a great time. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for them.
All right, getting ready to go back to race number 20. Pro Champ 440s will be cut to 4 laps. This is round 1, heat 1 for Pro Champ 440. Tyler Obi will be on the 21. The 3 is Danique Lambert. The 79 is Sabrina Blanchette, Supergirl out of Drummondville, Quebec. The 30 is Jaslyn Rathke. The 39X is Justin Peterson. Dane Klinger on the 9 out of Athens, Wisconsin. And the 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chicago City, Minnesota. Hey, we just found out Jacques Villeneuve recently called the facility and said he wanted to come down and race. Of course, he was joking, but got a call from Jacques Villeneuve. Hope you're enjoying it on cooldown.tv. Jacques, good to hear from you. And I'm sure you sent a shockwave through these riders when they heard you were coming to race. Here we go. 6 in the 79 get away quickly. Looks like the 79 of Sabrina Blanchette with the whole shot and leading this race. Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. Looking sharp here early in Pro Champ 440 action. Rider stopped on the back chute. 39 is in the second spot, Justin Peterson, followed by the number 6. That is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. 93 miles per hour on the previous circuit. As the race continues on, 4 laps is the distance. Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec, really flying out here. This is race number 20 on your schedule. Pro Champ 440, round 1, heat number 1. White flag for Sabrina Blanchette. Dane Klinger in the 4th spot on the bright blue number 9 out of Athens, Wisconsin. Checkered flag coming out. Pro Champ win going to Sabrina Blanchette. 39. Justin Peterson, then the 6 of Gavin Peterson. Klinger. And the 3 of Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Bringing that wall chassis home in the 5th spot. Great job, Sabrina Blanchette, Supergirl out of Drummondville, Quebec, taking that win. Race 21 on deck, coming up soon. Here we go with race 21, Pro Champ 440. This is round 1, heat number 2. Out of Eden, Wisconsin, the 54 is Calvin Peterson. And from Beausejour, the 26 is Quinn Whitechuck. Aboard the number 48 out of St. Jude, Quebec, this is the Skidoo of Philippe Roy Lalonde. The number 8 is out of Lockport, Manitoba on the Skidoo. This is Travis McDonald on the MPH Racing entry. Scratch the 28 of Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. The 24 is going to be Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour on the Polaris, and Reed Klinger should be on the 221 out of Athens, Wisconsin on the Team PDF entry. Race 21 coming up. All right, here we go. We're going to get them staged up at the starting line and set to rip. Calvin Peterson on the 54 alongside the 26 of Quinn Whitechuck. 48, Philippe Roy Lalonde. There's the 8 of Travis McDonald. So a few less than we bargained for. We're going to be racing here momentarily in race number 21. Here we go. Calvin Peterson on the 54 with a good start. Local Jordan Sobetsky on the 24 looking strong here as he takes the lead. Second spot is the 48 of Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. What a great job so far by Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour. He's got that number 24 just a humming. 4 laps is the distance in this one. Third spot, Travis McDonald on the Skidoo out of Lockport, challenging the 48 now in turns 1 and 2. Great racing action with 5 sleds out here in race 21 at 93 miles per hour. White flag, 1 to go. Travis McDonald's got the heat on the number 48. Sobetsky continues to lead. A 3-sled race to the finish here now, with Sobetsky in the lead still. Checkered flag. It's going to be Sobetsky, Philippe Roy Lalonde, Travis McDonald. And that'll do it for race 21. Race 22 coming up next. More action in Pro Champ 440. All right, here we go with race 22, Pro Champ 440. Round 1, heat 3 for 5 laps. That'll be 4, in fact, now. Gunnar Stern, G-Money out of West Chicago, Illinois, riding the number 220. That is the Red Bull Skidoo. The 102 is Blaine Stevenson. He is sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing. Blaine Stevenson is out of Hutchinson, Minnesota, on the Wall Brothers Polaris. 35 is Dylan Barron out of Enola, Manitoba. The 39 is Tom Olson out of Lodi, Wisconsin. Riding the 111 is Tanner Foss. Tanner is on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 111. And Calvin Cook is out of Dayton, Minnesota on the Hool chassis 75C. 75C, Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. Getting set to go here. Race 22 before your eyes. Green flag is up. Here we go. Tanner Foss on the 111, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR with a great start. Keep your eyes, of course, on G-Money Gunnar Stern on the 220. With 6 CPTC championships over his career, he knows how to get around the big half mile. .111 with a slight bobble. 95 miles per hour as Gunnar Stern coming up to race side by side with the leader. Inches apart. In the third spot is the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. Stevenson now on the inside of Foss as Stern takes over the lead. Great racing action in the top 3. White flag coming out, 1 more to go. Gunnar Stern, Stevenson, and Foss in the top three. The 79, or rather 75C, that is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. He is in the 4th spot. But look up front in turn 3 and 4 as they come down the front straightaway. This has been a good one for race 22 in the Pro Champs. Gunnar Stern, Blaine Stevenson, and Tanner Foss. 75C Calvin Cook coming across. Tom Olson on the 39 out of Lodi, Wisconsin. All right, race 23 coming up. Triton Air and Mechanical Pro F500 Racing, round 1, heat 1. We'll bring you that lineup momentarily. All right, Triton Air and Mechanical F500s coming up. Colton Abraham is on the 22. The 501 is Ryan Carson. Riding the 113 is Kendra Westland. 434 is Miranda Peterson. Aboard the 48X is Rich Mork, and the 02 is Mike Favorite out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. That is your lineup for race number 23. Triton Air and Mechanical Pro F500, round 1, heat number 1. Mike Favorite on the outside out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. Good start for the 22 and the 2, along with the 434 of Miranda Peterson. Quick off the line. Next up, another Triton Air and Mechanical Pro F500 race. Race 25 will be exactly the same as well. So 3 in a row for the Pro F500s. 22 leading it. Mike Favorite in the 2nd spot. Colton Abraham in command of this one after a great start. 78 miles per hour. (22-2) and the 434 coming up is Kendra Westland as well in the top 5 now. On the 113, now 3rd, moving past the 434 of Miranda Peterson. Rich Mork out of Eagle River in the 5th spot. Ryan Carson out of Owen Sound, Ontario is on the 501. White flag coming out here. 1 to go. Race 23. The 22, Colton Abraham. 02, Mike Favorite, Westland, Peterson, and the 48 of Rich Mork, your top 5 here in race 23. And checkers for the number 22. Colton Abraham over Mike Favorite. Westland 3rd. Peterson 4th. And the 48X of Rich Mork out of Eagle River drives his 1990 Polaris to 5th spot in race 23 for Triton Aaron Mechanical. Race 24 coming up. More Triton Aaron Mechanical Pro F500 racing, and I'll bring you that lineup momentarily. Race 24 for Triton Aaron Mechanical. The 83 is going to be Jamie Bound out of Uxbridge, Ontario. The 29 is Brad Harrison from Enola. Riding the 720 is Pete Jackson out of Hillsdale, Ontario. Scratch the 9 of Stefan Carignan. The 135 is from Ildeshane, Manitoba. This is Blair McDonald. And the 10 is Derek Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan. And it looks like the number 10 coming out of turn number 2 first. That is Derek Meyer. Good racing in the top 3 here. The 83 is Jamie Bound in the second spot. Brad Harrison is third. Look at that race in the top 3 at 79 miles per hour on the previous lap. Triton Air and Mechanical Pro F500 round 1, heat number 2 on the track, and we've got a good one. Derek Meyer continues to lead at 81 miles per hour. 83 Jamie Bound out of Uxbridge, Ontario, second, and looking maybe to make a pass here. Brad Harrison in third. Not quite as tight up to the number 2 rider there in second position. That is a great race for first and second place right now. White flag coming out, 1 to go. Here comes the 83 of Jamie Bound. It is close in turn 1 and 2. Bound on the inside on the Polaris and takes the lead. New leader in turn 3. Racing to the checkered flag now in one of the closest races of the day. The 10 gets the lead back. Derek Meyer beats Jamie Bound. Brad Harrison third on the 29. What a great race that was. Blair McDonald fourth out of Ildeshane, Manitoba, unofficially. Great finish there. Nice job by both the 10 of Derek Meyer and the 83 of Bound as the 720 of Peter Jackson comes across the line. Exciting racing. The Pro F500 class, always very competitive, and you saw it there once again. Race 25 on deck as we roll along here today at the Co-op Community Complex for FXR. All right, race 25, Triton Air and Mechanical Pro F500. This is round one, heat number 3. 79X of Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville will be a scratch. The 25 is Richard Kanceruk out of Dryden, Ontario. Riding the 113H is Brogan Bido from Roseau, Minnesota. Out of Wisconsin, the 99 is Connor Bauman. Out of Medford, Wisconsin, the 34, look for Colton Niewolny at the controls. And rounding out the field is the 11 of Ben Meyer. Okay, here we go with race 25 for Triton Air and Mechanical. Good start for the number 34. Wow. Colton Niewolny wasted no time. That rider out of Medford, Wisconsin, with a handful of throttle and gets the whole shot. .79 miles per hour on the previous circuit by your race leader, Colton Niewolny out of Medford, Wisconsin. Tension in the pit area. Next up, Outlaw 600s, then the ATV Open. This round one, heat 3 F500 race scheduled for 5 laps. Nobody so far to challenge the lead. We've got a red on the racetrack. Looks like the number 25 slow to get up, but he is moving. That is Richard Kanceruk out of Dryden, Ontario. Sled upside down or on its side. Red flag condition here in race 25. Triton Air and Mechanical Pro F500 round 1, heat number 3. Again, your next race is Outlaw 600s followed by the ATV Open. We have lots of ATVs here today. Cooldown.tv instant replay now. You can see it in the grandstands up on the monitors. Caught the tail end. Going to back that up just a little bit on cooldown.tv. I don't know if you hit a rut. Try her one more time, Anthony. We'll have a look at this. You're going backwards. Different camera angle. Now we're going into turn 1 and 2. Yeah, it just looks like it kind of high-sided on him. There is no contact with anybody else. It's the number 25. All right, so we're going to restart this race just as soon as we can. .34 looks to be getting the hook on the front straightaway after dominating this race. So lots unfolding here in race 25 of 50 on the day. We are about halfway through now the day. Of course, we finished up Saturday night's program this morning early at 9:30. Started today's program promptly at 11 o'clock and working through the day here. Don't forget there will be a check presentation at the beer garden following the races here today. Tough break for the 34 of Colton Niewolny out of Medford, Wisconsin on the Polaris. Looks like the 99 of Connor Bauman getting set to go on the inside, the 11 on the outside. That is the 99 of Connor Bauman out of Wisconsin, showing the way here in the remainder of race 25 for Triton Aaron Mechanical. Ben Myers on the 11 out of Michigami, Michigan. Brogan Bido is on the 113H in the third spot. Brogan is out of Roseau, Minnesota. White flag, 1 to go here. Connor Bauman out of Wisconsin showing the way. Outlaw 600s are up next. Checkered flag coming out. It'll be the 99, followed by the 11 of Ben Meyer and the 113H of Brogan Bido. That is your top three and only three finishing in race 25 for Triton, Air, and Mechanical. Next up, the Outlaw 600s. All right, here comes the Outlaws. 44W is Dave Webster. The 1 is Joe Schneider. 3XL is Shorty Curran out of Browntown, Wisconsin. The 4 is Ron Teroff from Lisbon. Riding the 381 or driving the 381, Chris Soren. The 19 is Chris Plasky. And we're underway here. Race 26, Outlaw 600s for round number 1. Next race will be ATVs. If you're in the ATV class, you need to be in staging. Chris Plasky leading the 44 of Dave Webster out of Monroe, Wisconsin. 82 miles per hour for the Outlaw 600s. Chris Soren is in the 381, a local out of St. Rita, Manitoba. 85 miles an hour on the previous circuit. This one scheduled for 5 laps in the Outlaw 600 division. Chris Plasky out of St. Germain, Wisconsin is flying. Chris Soren, Joe Schneider, then the 44 of David Webster in the top 4. White flag is out for your race leader, Chris Plasky. 381 Chris Soren in the second spot, the 44W. David Webster third. 3XL is Shorty Curran. The 4, Ron Teroff. Joe Schneider stopped on the back straightaway. A real good competitor in this class with mechanical issues. Chris Plasky's going to win on the number 19, the 381. Chris Soren in the second spot. Third to the 44W of David Webster out of Monroe, Wisconsin. Then it's the 3XL of Shorty Kern and the 4 of Ron Teroff. That will do it for race 26. Outlaw 600s are in the books. Coming up next, ATV Open, round 1 for 5 laps. All right, awaiting the arrival of the ATVs. Looks like Joe Schneider in the number 1, Outlaw 600. Going to get loaded up over there. And then we'll turn the ATVs loose. The 65 is going to be Cody Whitechuck. The 29 is Corey Johnson out of Tyndall. Scratch Tyler Verbruge out of Tyndall. The 44 is Ethan Clark from Beausejour. The 28 is Mike Denny. And the 43 is Rob Clark. Back row will be the 26 of Kristen Campbell. The 22 is Mike Verbruge. The 20, Peter Friesen, is out of Steinbach. The 7 is Ryan Gibson. The 14 is Nick Campbell. And the 3 is Gunnar Vailleux out of Lac de Bonnie, Manitoba. That is your lineup for the front and back row of race 27 on your schedule, ATV Open. All right, we've been through the lineup in the ATV Open. Following the ATV race, we will go to a Quebec's intermission break. Don't forget, Santa's over at the Moose Den, the beer garden. Check out our full line of CPTC promo wear over there. Get yourself a nice cold one. The concession area is open. Great food here in Beausejour. You want to check that out. If you're hungry or thirsty, visit the concession area. And we'll be set to go here momentarily. All right, we've been through the lineup for race 27 in the ATV class. We'll have 2 rows as there's a lot of them here. First race after intermission will be race 28 on the day, and that will be Pro Champ action. Race 28, 29, and 30, in fact, all Pro Champ races following the Quebec's grooming break after ATVs. There's Cody Whitechuck on the 65. Oh, it looks like we're going to go with a larger front line here. First row a little larger than we anticipated. The 26 should be in the back row according to our lineup sheets, but that's all right. Here we go. All right, we are racing ATVs here for race 27 on the day. Green flag being displayed. 29 up front in command. That is Corey Johnson out of Tyndall. Looking pretty good up front so far in race 27. Don't forget, we'll have the track ride along at intermission. And that track ride along handy van will stop at the DL trailer in the pit area. Ethan Clark on the 44 looking strong here. He's out of Beausejour, Manitoba on the KTM. 67 miles per hour as they race them down the back straightaway. And into turn number 3 now. .44 still in the lead. Here comes the 65 charging hard. Cody Whitechuck in third, but looking for second spot. Cody Whitechuck on the move on the outside of turn 3 and has the second spot. White flag is out, 1 to go. .22 charging, that's Mike Verbruge out of Garson, who throws up his hand in turn 1 and 2 and pulls off to the side. Great battle happening in turn 3 and 4 now on the final lap. Pretty close race here. It's going to be the 44 followed by the 65. So Ethan Clark gets the job done on the number 44. Cody Whitechuck in second on the 65. Both riders out of Beausejour. Good racing there in the ATV class. All right, time for a Quebec's intermission break, so we're going to take a break now. Don't forget the track ride-alongs. You can board the bus over at the beer garden, which is the Moose Den, and it'll stop at the DL Racing trailer. Also, check out the concession and the beer garden. We're going to be back with you momentarily.
Did you know that Moosehead is 100% owned, 100% packaged, and 100% brewed in Canada? Now, I'm no mathematician, but I would say that that would make Moosehead 300% Canadian. Makes you think.
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Are you a homegrown fan cheering blue and gold wherever you go? Passionate about our province and caring for our communities? For the ultimate Bombers fan, level up your game day experience with the Access Credit Union Bombers debit card. With perks like discounts at the Bomber Store, VIP stadium entrance, and a chance to win a pregame sideline experience and giveaways.
What are you guys doing here? The game's not till tomorrow.
We got in so fast with our Bomber debit card. I guess we jumped the gun a bit.
Get your Bombers debit card from Access Credit Union and level up your game day experience.
Ready to go. There is some racing happening here. Raise your hands if you're having a great time. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for them. Here we go. Oh, this is going to be a good race. One more time coming around for the checkered.
All right, we're back here at the Co-op Community Complex. Race 28 coming up. Pro Champ 440, round 2, heat number 1. Want to remind everybody the 50-50 draw will occur at 3:30 in the Moose Den. We're at about $4,800 collected so far, so winner will take home about $2,400 so far. But we can do a little better on that just yet. So the draw at 3:30 gets your 50-50 tickets at the Moose Den. Here's the lineup for race 28. Out of Sorel, Tracy, Quebec. The number 3 is Danique Lambert. The 111 is Tanner Foss out of Greenbush. Riding the 39X is Justin Peterson. The 221 is Reed Klinger from Athens, Wisconsin. The 35, this is Dylan Barron. The 102 is Blaine Stevenson. He rides the Wall Brothers Racing FXR Polaris. And it looks like Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec starts on the outside of race 28. Pro Champ 440, round 2, heat 1. Here we go. Danique Lambert with a great start. Drop into the second spot now as they race them down the back straightaway into turn number 3. This is race 28, Pro Champ 440, round 2, heat number 1. 102 is your leader. That is Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. Riding the Wall Brothers Racing 102 right now to perfection. They are setting the pace down the back chute. Wow. Sabrina Blanchette, second spot. 39 is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport. 96 miles per hour on the previous lap. Yesterday, speeds of 102 at times. .221 is fourth. The 3 is fifth. Danique Lambert in the 5th spot. As Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. Heading through turn 3 and 4. Great run for this rider. Wall Brothers Racing 102 wins it. Sabrina Blanchette, 39. The 221 coming fourth. 221, of course, Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. Team PDF coming home in the 4th spot. Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec was on the number 3 on the wall chassis. That was race 28, Pro Champ 440, round 2, heat number 1. Race 29, also for Pro Champs on deck. All right, here's how this one looks. The number 30 is going to be Jocelyn Rathke out of Wausau. Riding the number 8 out of Lockport, Manitoba. This is the Skidoo of Travis McDonald. The number 6 is Gavin Peterson. Gavin is from Chisago City, Minnesota. 75C is Calvin Cook from Dayton, Minnesota. And out of Beausejour on the number 26 is Quinn Whitechuck. Tyler Obie is riding the 21, and the 39 is Tom Olson out of Lodi, Wisconsin. Race number 29 on the track. Race 30 will also be a Pro Champ race. Then we'll move to Triton Aaron Mechanical Pro F500 Racing. All right, drivers look ready at the starting line. Here we go. Good start for the 75C of Calvin Cook alongside the number 6 of Gavin Peterson. We've got traffic in turn 2 now, side by side down the back straightaway as they jockey for position. Into 3 now, flying along here in race 29. Pro Champ 440 race action here. 92 miles per hour early on in the race. Travis McDonald leads it over the 75 of Calvin Cook. Travis McDonald really getting a hold of this racetrack here in round 2, heat 2. 96 miles per hour, 96 that round. White flag, one to go for Travis McDonald. Third spot is the 6. The 39 fourth, that is Tom Olson out of Lodi, Wisconsin. Local rider in the number 1 spot. How about a hand for Travis McDonald picking up the win? 75, 6, 39, and 26 in that order. Rounding out that top 5 was 26. Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour, another local rider. So at least 2 riders in the top 5 that are local. Nice job. Race 29 is now in the books in Pro Champ. Race 30 on deck. Here's your lineup for race number 30. Pro Champ 440, round 2, heat 3. Scratch the number 28 of Matt Gady. He's had a bit of an arm injury, so Matt Gady will not compete for the rest of the day. 24 is Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour. The 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. The 54 is Cal Peterson from Eden, Wisconsin. And out of Athens, Wisconsin, the Team PDF number 9 is Dane Klinger. And riding out of West Chicago, Illinois on the Red Bull Skidoo, this is Gunnar Stern on the number 220. Gunnar Stern rounding out the field. As another local rider, the 24, Jordan Sobetsky, comes to the starting line. Doing a great job today. Alongside Cal Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin. Number 9, Dane Klinger. You can't miss that sled. Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec on the 2023 Skidoo, number 48 on the outside. This is race number 30 on the day. We got a jumper. Looks like all of them wanted to go there for a minute. All right, we're going to try that again now in race number 30 for Pro Champs. Round 2, heat number 3. Jordan Sobetsky on the 24. Former mini sled racer from over behind the back straightaway. Dane Klinger. Gunnar Stern on the 220. And the 54, Calvin Peterson. And the 48 going to the back, Philippe Roy Lalonde. Here we go. Great start for Gunnar Stern. Huge hole shot for Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois on the Red Bull Skidoo. This race scheduled for 4 laps. Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour in the second spot. As Gunnar Stern continues to pull away here. Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin on the Team PDF number 9 moving along. He is in the third spot and a good battle for 4th and 5th. White flag, 1 to go. .48 into the 4th spot. That is Philippe Roy Lalonde. 95 miles per hour on the previous lap for the 220 of Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. G-Money with a great run here today and looks to be taking another checkered flag. He will. Gunnar Stern on the 220. Sobetsky, the 48, Philippe Roy Lalonde. Then the 9 of Dane Klinger coming home. Cal Peterson on the 54 in there as well. Three scratches coming up in the Triton Air and Mechanical Pro F500 class. So, sounding like over the radio, we're going to move from 5 laps to 3 laps. We have 3 drivers, 3 laps. 29 will be Brad Harrison, the 113H Brogan Bido, and the 135 Blair McDonald out of Ile-des-Shane. We're scratching Richard Kanceruk, Stefan Carignan, and Colton Niewelny out of Medford, Wisconsin. So 3 down, 3 left. 3 laps in race 31. Less than an hour before the 50-50 draw. If you want to get in, get on over to the beer garden, which is known as the Moose Den. Wow, we're at 5,685 and the winner gets half. The other half goes to supporting the facility upgrades and local sports and community organizations in the Beausejour area. Race 31, Triton Air and Mechanical Pro F500. Here we go. Looks like a great start for the 29 of Brad Harrison out of Enola. Don't forget this one reduced down to just 3 laps. Lap 1 complete. Brogan Bido making things very interesting as he goes inside of the race leader in turn 1 and 2. Brogan Bido on the 113H out of Roseau, Minnesota. That is a 1992 Polaris. White flag is out. Brad Harrison not giving up on the leader. 135 is third. That is Blair McDonald. 79 miles per hour on the previous lap. As they speed into turn 3 and 4 to finish up this race number 31 for Triton Air and Mechanical. Checkers for the 113 over Brad Harrison on the 29. Brogan Bido takes a win. Third, the 135 Blair McDonald, and that will do it for race number 31 for Triton Air and Mechanical in the Pro F500 ranks. We're going to do this a couple more times for Triton Air and Mechanical, race 32 and race 33, all for the Pro F500s. All right, race 32. The 501 is Ryan Carson out of Owen Sound. The 720 is out of Hillsdale, Ontario. This is Peter Jackson. The 22 is Colton Abraham. The 99, Connor Bauman. The 11 is Ben Meyer. And the 48X is out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. That is Rich Mork on the 48X for race 32. And here we go. We're calling them to the starting line. FXR, our big corporate sponsor here on the weekend at Co-op Community Complex. Also want to thank Cobra Enterprises, along with Beausejour Home Hardware, Moosehead and Twisted Tea, Ron's Marine, Beaver Truck Center, and of course Beausejour GM. Triton Air and Mechanical Pro F500 racing, round 2, heat number 2. '22 of Colton Abraham battling with the 99 of Connor Bauman. This race scheduled for 5 laps. Third spot is the 11 of Ben Meyer. As they get a little strung out on the racetrack. We'd like to welcome everybody once again tuned into cooldown.tv on our YouTube channel. Hope you're enjoying the race action wherever you are in the world. Understand we had a viewer from Florida, which would be much warmer than here today. Australia as well. Wow. Pretty cool. '22 pulling away from the 99 now and the 11. Those are your top 3. 48. Rich Mork out of Eagle River is 4th. 501 Ryan Carson out of Owen Sound, Ontario in 5th on his 1990 Polaris. White flag coming out for the leader now. 22 Colton Abraham, followed by the 99 of Connor Bauman and the 11 of Ben Meyer. Not much changing in the top 3. Rich Mork 4th. Here comes your leader and your winner, the 22. That is going to be Colton Abraham. Second spot to the 99, Connor Bauman. Third to the 11. Ben Meyer coming across the line in 3rd. Rich Mork out of Eagle River 4th unofficially. And the 501 Ryan Carson out of Owen Sound comes home 5th. All right, F500 coming up once again. Sabrina Blanchette will be a scratch in this next race, race 33. The 113 Kendra Westland is out of Strathcona, Minnesota. She should be in. The 02X, Mike Favorite out of Eagle River. The 434, Miranda Peterson, is out of Lancaster. We have the 83 of Jamie Bound out of Uxbridge, Ontario. And the 10 is Derek Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan, scheduled to start. But scratch Sabrina Blanchette on the number 79 for your Triton Air and Mechanical Pro F500 Round 2 Heat 3 race. All right, here comes the 113 of Kendra Westland. Some good competitors in this one for round 2, heat 3 in Triton Air and Mechanical Pro F500 racing. Number 10, first off the line, that is Derek Meyer. Jamie Bound on the 83 out of Uxbridge, Ontario. BB Motorsport entry. Has been quick all weekend long and is now challenging for the lead in turn 3 and 4. Giving each other lots of room. The number 10, Derek Meyer, still leads. 02X, Mike Favorite out of Eagle River in the top 5. 79 miles per hour as the 83 of Jamie Bound taking a stab again at the 10 of Derek Meyer in turn 3. Fourth spot is a 4.34, Miranda Peterson. Miranda is from Lancaster, Minnesota on a 1989 GPR chassis. But we look to the lead now in turn 3 and 4, and we've got a great race still going on over there. White flag coming out. Looks like the 83, Jamie Bound, with a slight advantage now. Jamie Bound on the Polaris out of Uxbridge, Ontario, flying into turn 3 and 4. Earlier passing the 10 of Derek Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan. Checkers waving, and the winner, Jamie Bound. The 10 is second. Mike Favorite third. 113, Kendra Westland, followed by Miranda Peterson in the top 5. In Triton Aaron Mechanical Pro F500 Racing. That is it for race 33 on the day of 50. Race 34 coming up, Pro Formula 3, round 1, heat 1. All right, race 34, Pro Formula 3, round 1, heat 1. This is the World Championship class at Eagle River. Riding the Wall Brothers 111 is going to be Tanner Foss out of Greenbush, Minnesota. That is a 2025 Wall Brothers Racing FXR Polaris. The 6 is out of Chisago City. This is Gavin Peterson. The 221 is Reed Klinger. Klinger is out of Athens, Wisconsin. The 48 is Nick Wickerham out of Belding, Michigan. And the 61, this is Ezra Grauman out of Medford, Wisconsin. Pro Formula 3. Many of these riders, of course, compete in the Pro Champ 440 class here as well, doing double duty. Looks like a great start for the 221 of Reed Klinger as they head on down the back straightaway. Some tough competitors in this race for race 34. Round 1, heat 1 in the Pro Formula 3 class. 111 is second. That is the Wall Brothers Racing entry of Tanner Foss. 95 miles per hour. They are moving right along. Looks like troubles for the number 6 of Gavin Peterson. Stopped on the racetrack. Outside of the front straightaway. Nick Wickerham in the third spot out of Belding, Michigan. Looks like Ezra Grauman out of Medford, Wisconsin in the fourth spot on the Henke Motorsports entry. One to go. Tanner Foss on the 111 trying to chase down Reed Klinger. Here's the race now for first and second place down the back straightaway. Tanner Foss pushing hard, really hard into turn 3 and 4. We've got ourselves a battle to the checkered flag. Nice job by Reed Klinger holding off a charging Tanner Foss on the 111. Nick Wickerham across the line, as is Ezra Grauman. What a great finish there. Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin takes the Polaris to the number 1 spot. The Wall Brothers Racing 111 almost got the spot, but not quite enough. We'll lend a hand now to the number 6 of Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. Looks like our safety crew's on the way in turn 3 and 4. Race 35 will be more Pro Formula 3 action. Round 1, Heat 2. Ryan McKeag will be on the number 54 for this race, 2024 Polaris. On the 102, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR. The 2025 champ for CPTC is Blaine Stevenson. Matt Gady will be a scratch from this Pro Formula 3 race. Joey Birch will be on the 29, while Gunnar Stern will be on the number 220. That is the Red Bull Skidoo out of West Chicago, Illinois. Tension in the pit area following our next race, which is Pro Formula 3. It'll be the ATVs coming to the track for race 36 on the day. All right, we've been through the lineup for race number 35 in the Pro Formula 3 class. And here they come out of the pit area now. Last call for ATVs and staging. All right, we have 4 by the looks of things for race number 35 in the Pro Formula 3 class, round 1, heat number 2. Blaine Stevenson on the 102 with a sharp start. Probably best to be up front and out of the snow dust at all times if you can. Joey Birch on the number 29 in the second spot. Third is the 54 of Ryan McKeag. 97 miles per hour for your race leader. This one scheduled for 5 laps. Gunnar Stern fourth on the 220. trying to challenge for the third spot and going into the third spot now. That's a good battle for third and fourth back there. Blaine Stevenson now driving away just a little bit in turn 3 and 4. White flag coming out. 1 to go. Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois, into the third spot. A lap or so ago. Into the top 3 now for G-Money. Blaine Stevenson will take the win, followed by the 29, Joey Birch, Gunnar Stern, and the DL number 54 of Ryan McKeag. Race 35 is now in the books. We will move to one more race before a Quebec's intermission break. It is almost 3 o'clock. The 50-50 draw is 3:30. Be sure and support the 50-50 draw. Now, the winner gets half so far of $62.60. So that's $31.30. Wow. Big money. Get your tickets over at the Moose Den before 3:30. That'll be the draw time. ATV Open coming up. We've got 2 rows apparently. Gunnar Vaillot will be out of Lactabani, and on the number 3, the 14 is Nick Campbell. Riding the 7 is Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour. From Steinbach, the number 20 is Peter Friesen. From Garson, Manitoba, on the KTM, the 22 is Mike Verbruge. The 26 is going to be Kristen Campbell from Beausejour. In the back row, the 43, Rob Clark. The 28 is Mike Denny from Winnipeg. The 44 is Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. Scratch, the 25 of Tyler Verbruge. The 29 is Corey Johnson, and the 65, Cody Whitechuck, who appears to be going to the front row here. Maybe we're going to try to jam them all in one row. That always makes for first corner fun. No, it looks like Whitechuck is going to the second row. That's how the lineup sheet looks. Corey Johnson sliding around, as is the 22 of Mike Verbruge on the starting line. This ATV Open Round 2 race set for 5 laps. Racing now down the front straightaway. Here comes the number 7 of Ryan Gibson into the second spot. Ryan Gibson on the 7 is out of Beausejour on a 1986 Honda. .22 is the leader, Mike Verbruge. 66 miles per hour on the last lap. Corey Johnson is on the 29 in the top 3. good racing here for first and second, as well as third and fourth. They are over now in turns 3 and 4. Race 36 on our schedule with the white flag out, 1 to go. Number 7 looking strong, Ryan Gibson. He's been getting better and better as the laps tick off, and Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour on the 86 Honda has the wheels pointed in the right direction and showing the way. Gibson will take the win on the number 7. The 22 is second, followed by the 44. So Mike Verbruce second, the 44. Ethan Clark out of Beausejour rolling up to third spot on the KTM in race 36. All right, getting close to your final chance to get a 50-50 ticket at the Moose Den. That draw will be held at 3:30. So if you want in on the 50-50, we're at $6,360 and the winner gets half. Get your 50-50 ticket at the Moose Den. We also have our track rides. You can board over at the Moose Den. And, of course, check out the concession area for some great food as we get ready for race 37 coming up soon.
Okay. I'm Lee by the Valley, and I'm protected by Fast.
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service. It's a co-op thing.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Raise your hands if you're having a great time. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for them. Here we go.
Oh, this is going to be a good race.
One more time coming around for the checkered.
All right, we're back. Race 37, Pro Champ 440, round 3, heat 1. Race 37 on the day of a total of 50. The 9 is Dane Klinger. Riding the 79 is Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. The 8 is Travis McDonald out of Lockport on the Skidoo. From Athens, Wisconsin, the 221 is Reed Klinger. 54, Cal Peterson. I believe I heard he could be a scratch on the 54. The 26 is Quinn Whitechuck. He is out of Beausejour. And the 75C is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. Race 37, Pro Champ 440 for FXR. Getting set to go here. '75 with a good start. Looks like Blanchette to the outside. Troubles for the number 9 of Dane Klinger, Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. Dane Klinger has stopped on the inside of the front straightaway. .95 miles per hour on the previous lap. Sabrina Blanchette showing the way here on the 79 out of Drummondville, Quebec. Reed Klinger second, the 75 Calvin Cook currently riding along in the third spot. White flag coming out, 1 to go. Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour in the 4th spot here. As Sabrina Blanchette, Supergirl out of Drummondville, Quebec, continues to dominate this one. Out of turn number 4. And checkered flag is out. 221 of Klinger will come home second in that one, but what a great job by Sabrina Blanchette out of Quebec on the Polaris, showing the way and winning race 37 in the Pro Champ 440 class. That was round 3, heat number 1. Next up, more Pro Champ racing for race 38. Round 3, heat 2 for 4 laps, as we get a look at the 9 of Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. Team PDF. Sponsored by Hagen. The recovery crew gets over there. We will go through the lineup for race 38 in Pro Champ. The number 3 is out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec on a wall chassis. This is Danique Lambert. Riding the 24 out of Beausejour, Manitoba, 2025 Polaris. The rider is Jordan Sobetsky. Aboard the number 39, this is the 2026 wall chassis. The rider is Thomas Olson out of Lodi, Wisconsin. And from Beausejour on the 21, this is Tyler Obi. Matt Gady will be a scratch from this particular race, race 38, as he has gone home. The number 6 is Gavin Peterson from Chisago City. And the 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec, riding a Skidoo. Philippe Roy Lalonde on the 48. As the number 9 of Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin, heads back to the pit area with mechanical difficulties. So race 38 on deck. 39 will be yet another Pro Champ 440 race. There's the number 8 of Travis McDonald going off the track as well under assistance. .50-50 draw should have been held at 3:30. We'll try to get you some info on that. All right, collecting over in turn number 4 and rolling towards the starting line now. Tension in the pit area. Race 39, more Pro Champ racing. Race 40 will be canceled. That is Triton Air and Mechanical Pro F500 last chance qualifier. So we're going to go from race 39 to race 41 in the Sportsman 600s. Danique Lambert on the number 3 and the 6 of Gavin Peterson having quite the battle here on the racetrack. Early in race 38, Pro Champ 440 action coming your way. Round 3, heat number 2, and out of turn 4 they come. Danique Lambert looking good. The 48 of Philippe Roy Lalonde moving along nicely as well. 95 miles per hour on the previous lap. Here comes the 24 of Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour. He is challenging the number 48, and he's got that sled turning real good. White flag, 1 to go. Troubles for the 48. Philippe Roy Lalonde parks in turn 1, letting Sobetsky by. Racing over in turn 3 and 4 now for race 38 in the Pro Champ class. Sobetsky gets the win. Second spot is the 39. That is Tom Olson out of Lodi, Wisconsin. Sixth in our shot, that is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. As we put race number 38 in the books. Tough break for the 48 of Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. Throwing up his hands in turn number 1 as our recovery sled comes over to lend a hand. That is a tough break. All right, moving into race 39. Again, a reminder in the pit area. There is no race 40, no last chance qualifier for Pro F500s. That means race 40 will go right into race 41, Sportsman 600. So if you're in that Sportsman 600 class, you are following the next race up, which is race 39. Getting set for more Pro Champ action. Pro Champ 440, round 3, heat number 3. As they gather in turn 3 and 4. Our head flagman, Riley Baker, gives them the nod to come down to the starting line. This race brought to you by FXR. Dylan Barron is out of Enola, Manitoba on the 35. Tanner Foss riding the Wall Brothers Racing number 111. The 220 is Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. The 39X is Justin Peterson. Justin is from Campbellsport, Wisconsin. The 102, Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. Wow, this race is loaded. And the 30, Jaslyn Rathke out of Wausau, Wisconsin on a Skidoo, scheduled to start. We'll take a look here now at race 39, Pro Champ 440s. Looks like Tanner Foss and Blaine Stevenson First to the first corner here as those two Wall Brothers racers battle. Side by side into turn number 3 and 4. Wow, teammates really competing hard here. Blaine Stevenson on the inside of the 111. Look at this battle in the top 3. Wow. Sliding a little high in turn number 4. Tanner Foss on the 111 now being challenged by Gunnar Stern on the outside. Here comes Foss. He's dropped the third. But now trying to get back at the 220 of G-Money Gunnar Stern. What a great race for second and third. White flag, and Gunnar Stern is now on the taillight of the 102. Blaine Stevenson now being challenged. Here we come to the finish. That was a close one. I don't want to call that myself. I'm going to go to the tower. I think I got an idea, but that was super close. All right, it indeed was Blaine Stevenson with the win. What a great charge by G-Money Gunnar Stern, however. Look at how close that race was. Wow. I think one more lap, there would have been a real good chance that you might have seen a different result there, but 100 feet, maybe 10 feet. Who knows? It was that close. But a great job anyway by the Wall Brothers. 102 taking the win there. Sportsman 600's coming up. Race 40 is canceled for Triton Air and Mechanical. So race 41, Sportsman 600s look like this. Out of Belding, Michigan on a 2000 Polaris, the number 48 is Nick Wickerham. The 08 is Brad Artimowicz. Brad is from Dryden, Ontario. 21 is Troy DeWald. Troy comes to us from Michigan. The 23 is Will Manchelenko from St. Malo, Manitoba. Curtis Cam is on the 88. The 179 is Jason Mackey. The 14 is out of Grand Point, Manitoba. This is Todd Temple. And John Hall is out of Beausejour. He's on the number 13, and that is a 1996 Skidoo. Uh-oh. Number 48, Nick Wickerham out of Belding, Michigan. A little bit excited on the starting line there. I don't know if they're going to take him to the back or a pair of them. Well, a few more than a pair of them. And we're racing here in race 41. Sportsman 600, round number 2. .48 is on the move and in a great big hurry. Troy DeWald on the 21 leads the 48 Nick Wickerham out of Belding, Michigan. At 90 miles an hour on the last lap. 13 in the third spot. That is John Hall from Beausejour on a 1996 Skidoo. 94 miles per hour on the previous lap, so they are picking up speed. Big time, in fact. Curtis Cam in the top 5 on the 88 out of Oxdrift, Ontario. White flag is out. 1 lap remaining here. John Hall continues in the third spot. Curtis Cam 4th. As your leaders now coming out of turn number 4. Troy DeWald will be followed by the 48 of Nick Wickerham at the finish line. They will be 1 and 2. John Hall, 3rd. Curtis Cam on the 88 will be 4th. That will do it for that one. Race 41 now in the history books. Okay, a couple of Pro Formula 3 races for race 42 and race 43. Then race 44 will be the ATV Open Final. Then we'll go to a Quebec's intermission break. All right, race number 42, Pro Formula 3, round 2, heat number 1. The 220 is going to be G Money Gunner Stern on the Red Bull Skidoo out of West Chicago. The 221 is Reed Klinger from Athens, Wisconsin. 29, Joey Birch from Mount Pleasant, Michigan on the Polaris. Matt Gady will be a scratch as he is left with an injured arm. The 111 is Tanner Foss. He rides for Wall Brothers out of Greenbush, Minnesota on a 2025 Polaris. So that will be race 42, Pro Formula 3, round 2, heat number 1, scheduled for 5 laps. Race 42 will be followed by race 43, also Pro Formula 3, then the ATV Open. Time for Pro Formula 3 action, the World Championship class at Eagle River. Gunner Stern, West Chicago, Illinois. The Red Bull Skidoo is there. There's the DL Racing 29 of Joey Birch. He is quick in this class. Tanner Foss out of Greenbush on the 111. Reed Klinger on the 221 inside Some real tough customers in this one. As we get set to go racing for race number 42, Pro Formula 3. .221 with a bobble after the hole shot, allowing the 111 of Tanner Foss to come alongside him here. They are handlebar to handlebar once again in turn 3 and 4 now. Look at this race. What a battle for the lead. 97 miles per hour. This is getting interesting here. 3 wide. '29 Joey Birch challenging now. What a race here in race 42, your Pro Formula 3 class. Wall Brothers Racing 111, Tanner Foss is steering in the lead right now, but he's got company. Nobody giving up here just yet. White flag. Reed Klinger in the third spot, battling with the 220 of Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. That is a great race as well for third and fourth. Looks like Tanner Foss is going to win it, followed by the 29 of Birch. And I did not see third and fourth place there. We will ask our lap counters to confirm that finish, but what a fantastic race that was. Pro Formula 3 action on track, and it doesn't get much hotter than that. Gunnar Stern getting the third spot indeed. That is confirmed out of West Chicago. Race 43, some more Pro Formula 3 action. Round 2, Heat 2. This will be followed by the ATV Open Division. Race 43 looks like this. The 54 is Ryan McKeag from Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. 102, this is Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota on the Wall Brothers Racing Polaris. Ezra Grauman is out of Medford, Wisconsin on the 61. That is the Henke Motorsports entry. The 6 is Gavin Peterson from Chisago City, Minnesota. And riding the 48 is Nick Wickerham out of Belding, Michigan, the DL Racing, number 48. All right, race 43 on the card here today. Pro Formula 3, round 2, heat 2, 5 laps is the distance. .48 with a big time start. Nick Wickerham out of Belding, Michigan. One down. This is race 43 going on here in the Pro Formula 3 class, round 2, heat 2. .95 miles per hour. We're just getting our Pro Champ 440 lineup here for the final race. Right now, it's all the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. 48 in the second spot, Nick Wickerham out of Belding, Michigan. The FXR 102. Blaine Stevenson showing championship form here as he rounds that Wall Brothers Racing 102 around the big half mile. .54 in the third spot is Ryan McKegg. Ezra Grauman out of Medford in the fourth spot. And that'll do it. Blaine Stevenson and the Wall Brothers Racing 2025 Polaris takes it. 48 is second. Nick Wickerham, the 54. Ryan McKegg, third. And Grauman, fourth unofficially on the 61 in race number 43. That was your Pro Formula 3 Round 2 Heat 2 race. Next up, ATVs. All right, here's your lineup in the ATV Open Final. 5 laps is the distance. Ethan Clark is going to be on the 44 out of Beausejour. Also out of the same town, the 7 is Ryan Gibson. From Tyndall, Manitoba, the 29 is Corey Johnson. And out of Beausejour on the 65, this is Cody Whitechuck. Mike Verbruge is out of Garson on the number 22. From Steinbach, the 20 is Peter Friesen. I guess he is. It's pretty cold out there. The number 14 is Nick Campbell out of Beausejour. Also out of Beausejour is the 26 Kristen Campbell and the 43 Rob Clark. And Mike Denny on the 28 is out of Winnipeg, 2008 Yamaha. All right, we're going one wide row here. Corey Johnson on the 29, battling with the number 22 of Mike Verbruge. They were the first 2 four-wheeled vehicles to get to turn 1. .22 is your leader. Here comes the 7 of Ryan Gibson. He won the last race on that 1986 Honda, and he's got some speed here on the number 7. Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour. Keep your eyes on that 7 on the move here. .44 plowing his way to the front. Ethan Clark now in the top 3. He wants that number 1 spot. 66 miles per hour for your leader. Mike Verbruge looking good. The 7 and the 44 second and third. 29 is fourth. Corey Johnson. Corey is from Tyndall, Manitoba. 68 miles an hour, getting a little quicker the last lap around. White flag coming out, 1 to go. 22, 7, and 44 in the top 3. Ethan Clark trying to close the gap up on that number 44. He is currently 3rd, but a long ways from 2nd place here on the last lap. Side by side, right at the line. Looks like the 22 holds off the 7, so great racing action there. Mike Verbruge holds off a charging Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour on the number 7. That looked like fun. That was competitive. All right. Well, time for a Quebec's intermission break. We're going to groom the track. 50-50 draw has been drawn. We'll have the information for you just as soon as we can. There are no more track rides today. I believe the Handy Van is headed for the exits. Santa has headed back to the North Pole. And we're getting ready to go on with the rest of the day. We'll come back with race 46, not race 45. 45 will be canceled. That will be the Pro Champ Last Chance Qualifier. We'll go to race 46, which will be your Triton Air and Mechanical Pro F500 Final. You won't want to miss that for race 46, coming up after the Quebec's intermission break.
Did you know that Moosehead is 100% owned, 100% packaged, and 100% brewed in Canada? Now, I'm no mathematician, but I would say that that would make Moosehead 300% Canadian. Makes you think.
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Are you a homegrown fan cheering blue and gold wherever you go? Passionate about our province and caring for our communities? For the ultimate Bombers fan, level up your game day experience with the Access Credit Union Bombers debit card. With perks like discounts at the Bomber Store, VIP stadium entrance, and a chance to win a pregame sideline experience and giveaways.
What are you guys doing here? The game's not till tomorrow.
We got in so fast with our Bomber debit card. I guess we jumped the gun a bit.
Get your Bombers debit card from Access Credit Union and level up.
your hands if you're having a great time. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for them. Here we go.
Oh, this is going to be a good race.
One more time coming around for the checkered.
All right, we're back here for cooldown.tv, and we are getting ready to go racing for FXR Racing. Race 46, Triton Air and Mechanical Pro F500 Final is on deck here. We have a total of 50 races here today. This should be race number 46. 22 is going to be is Brogan Bido. The 11 is Ben Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan. This one's scheduled for 7 laps. It is the Triton Air and Mechanical Pro F500 class. Riley Baker is getting prepared to turn him loose here under the lights at the Co-op Community Complex. Here we go. Good clean start for the number 10. Derek Meyer with a real good start there. Nobody jumped as far as I could see. And we are racing down the back chute into turns 3 and 4 now, 7 times around in this Triton Air and Mechanical Pro F500 race. There's the 22 up front, Colton Abraham, followed by the 10 of for now. There's lots of traffic in turn 2. Great racing for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. It is tight. Jamie Bound out of many thanks going out to FXR Race. A pass so far. That is for 2nd and 3rd place. There's your leader once again. We've got a red on turn 1 and 2. Crash in turn 1 and 2. Just looking, oh, there's the rider. I believe he's up. Rider is up and good, we're told. That is good news. We'll try to get a report from turn 1 and 2 for you. Looks like probably the 113 of Brogan Bido out of Roseau, Minnesota, is my guess. That's what number was on the bib anyway of the rider. Can pick that up on our cool down. Lots of pieces to pick up in turn 1 and 2. This is your Triton Air and Mechanical Pro F500 Final. And we're going to have to do a restart. Not a complete restart, of course, but a restart nonetheless. Next up will be the Ice Bike Open Final. So if you have that will be Pro Formula 3. That'll be a final. Then the Sportsman 600 Final. The Pro Light Final. Then the Outlaw 600 Final. Then a grooming break. Then the Pro Champ 440 Final. So it'll be 22. That is Colton Abraham, the 10. Derek Meyer. Jamie Bound on the 83. 99, Connor Bauman. Brad Harrison on the 29. Mike Favorite on the 02. Oh, somebody got caught. And the 11 is there as well. That's Ben Meyer out of Michigami, Michigan. All right, everything looks good and we're racing. $22 on the inside, $10 on the outside. Ski came up on the 10 just a little bit, and the number 10 of Derek Meyer losing some track position, dropping to the third place position. Here comes Jamie Bound now. Jamie Bound out of Uxbridge, Ontario on the number 83. Jamie Bound is the leader, the 22 and the 10 in the top three. Colton Abraham and Derek Meyer, second and third. This one scheduled for 5 laps. And this is the final for the ice bikes here today. 219 of showing the way he's from Petersfield. In the second spot is longtime racing veteran Kim Hood on the number 71. Three-time Canadian motocross champion. Kim Hood's got his work cut out for him, however, chasing a younger Caden Katowicz on the 219. Rylan Katazinski. Look at this battle for the lead. Kim Hood going to try the inside into turn 1. He is not afraid to use. As Katowicz sweeps around the outside, but Katowicz now has his hands full with the veteran side by side. Hood slides a bit high. This is for all their support. We'd also like to thank Moosehead and Twisted Tea, along with Access Credit Union and Beausejour Home Hearts and Spas, Century 21 Sun Country Realty, Cubex Al Meisner Limited, East Crete, the RM of Brokenhead, and the town of Beausejour. All right, here's your lineup for the Pro Formula 3 final for 7 laps. On the Wall Brothers Racing 102, this will be Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. Aboard the 111, also a Wall Brothers Racing sled, this is G Money Gunnar Stern from West Chicago, Illinois. The 54 is Ryan McKegg, and the 61 is Ezra Grauman, and the Henke Motorsports 61. Getting set to go here. Some of the best in the business here on the line, getting ready to go. All right, Riley Baker going to look him over and waves the green flag with a good start. Great start as they work their way, are moving and hauling the mail down the back straightaway. Blaine Stevenson followed by Klinger for the second spot. Reed Klinger out of Athens, miles per hour on the previous lap in the 7-lap final. Sorting themselves out now just a little bit. 29 is Joey Birch. He is out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan in the 3rd spot. Not much changing in the lead. In fact, nothing at all. Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing 102 is in command of this one. Tanner Foss in the 4th spot, working the Wall Brothers Racing 111, but he has company. Gunnar Stern working on Tanner Foss now in turn 1 and 2. Gunnar go Illinois. White flag is out for your race leader. Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota, riding the 102. And looking good coming out of turn number 4. Wall Brothers Racing will take this one. Joey Birch on the 29 Klinger. And a great finish with Tanner Foss and the 220 of Gunnar Stern. We'll get you 4th and 5th officially here in just a moment. All right, it was the 220 for 4th, Gunnar Stern, the 111 Tanner Foss for 5th. Working with our tower here to make sure we got the right information. But a great job by Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 102. He claims the win in Pro Formula 3 in the final here today. Sportsman 600's up next for race 49 on our schedule. Here's the lineup as we have it. The 08 is Brad Artimowicz. The 21 is Troy DeWald. Riding the 13 will be John Hall out of Beausejour. From St. Malo, Manitoba, the number 23 is Will Manchelenko. The 179 is Jason Mackey out of Michigan. The 14 is Todd Temple from Grandstand. Cam will be on the 88 out of Oxdrift, Ontario. A former dirt modified racer is Curtis Cam on the 88. The 88 of Kurt. Another good start for the number 21 of Troy DeWald out of Eau Gris, Michigan. As we get sorted out down the back straightaway here. Sportsman 600 final scheduled for 5 laps. .21 is your leader. Curtis Kaum followed Shalenko Those are your top three so far. 92 miles per hour. They're moving right along here. .94 miles per hour on the previous lap, getting a little quicker now. .21 continues to lead, pulling away from the 88. 23 of Manchelenko being challenged for the third spot. Much going on there. Troy DeWald, the 21 is the leader on the white flag, 1 to go. The 08 is Brad Ogress, Michigan. Curtis Cam on the 88 out of Ontario will be second. Curtis Cam on the 88 out of Ontario will be second. 49, your Sportsman 600 final. Next up, Pro Lights for 5 laps. Moving to race number 50 on the schedule. We'll actually have a total of 50 races today, but we're just following the schedule here in terms of the race number. So, Pro Light final, 5 laps. The 11 will be Jennifer George out of Princeton, Minnesota on a 2014 Polaris. Riding the C21, keep your eyes on this guy. He is out of Neenah, Wisconsin on a 2025 Wall Brothers Racing chassis. This is Brassy. This is Hannah Westland. The 20 is Lewins Point, Wisconsin on a 2025 Wall. 29 is Oliver Davis. Here in the Pro Light final for 5 laps. Here comes your Pro Light final, and we are racing. Good start for the C21 of Brett. Brandon Christensen is your leader. 29 at 93 miles per hour in the Pro Light division. Brandon Christensen continues to tick off the laps with the 29 in tow. Westland third. There's the 11. Jennifer George out of Princeton on the good-looking number 11 in fourth. White flag coming out this time in the Pro Light division. 4 laps down, 1 to go for the 21 Brandon Christensen. 29 holding on to the second spot, Oliver Davis. Strathcona, Minnesota still third on the wall chassis. The 11 fourth, Jennifer George out of Princeton, Minnesota. And that'll do it. Brandon Stevens Point, Wisconsin, 2025 wall chassis, followed by Westland. That'll do it for your top 3 in race 50 of the Pro Lights. One more race before a grooming break, and then we'll end the weekend with your Pro Champ 440 final. Next up, the Outlaw 600s with a moving start. Joe Schneider is in the number 1 here. He is out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. If he's going to make the call, I know he had some mechanical problems earlier. The 19 is Chris Plasky. The 4 is Ron Teroff. The 44W, David Webster. Drive 4, Ron Teroff, is, well, not mobile. Yeah, you do need some motion when you're racing. You're right, Anthony. 4, Ron Teroff out of Lisbon, Iowa. Eagle chassis getting ready to get towed off here. So we're not going to have one of these things by the looks of it. We originally had 6 registered. Might be down to like 3 or 4 now on the back straightaway. It looks like 4. Our last race before a grooming break, courtesy of Cubex. And then we will go, of course, to our Pro Champ 440 final for FXR and Beaver Truck Center. Looks like they're putting some skids under the skis to get this thing towed, and they will be off the racetrack here pronto. Want to thank everybody for coming out to the facility here this weekend for a great weekend of motorsports action at the Co-op Community Complex. BeRacing.com for additional information on our March race. I'm looking forward to that. Always a lot of fun here. Part of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. In March, it was Blaine Stevenson taking the big win. Who's going to win it in 2026? We're going to find out in a few short months. Tuned into cooldown.tv on our YouTube channel. Crew from cooldown.tv. While our cool down on a day like today, it is cold. We have camera workers located throughout the facility, and it is, well, unpleasant in the weather all day. Riley Baker can tell you that. He is our head flagman, and it is cold down on that front straightaway. It has been a cold one all weekend long. Getting ready to go with the Outlaw 600s and green flag. 381 Chris Soren on the move with the 19 of Chris Plasky leading it so far. Manitoba competitor here. All others from the United States. Great racing up front. 83 miles per hour into turn number 1 for your leader. Chris Plasky being pestered by the 381 of Chris Soren. Chris Soren now in the number 1 spot. Plasky has been kind of dominating this weekend, but Chris Soren on the 381 looking pretty sharp here. Looks like the 19 of Plasky losing ground to your race leader, the 381 of Chris Soren. Chris Soren, a former Lightning Sprint dirt competitor, so he's got a little bit of an powered by 1,000cc motorcycle engines. White flag is out, 1 to go. Chris Soren in the 381 out of St. Rita, Manitoba. Custom-built Outlaw chassis. To take the win. Second spot to the 19 of Chris Plasky out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Then it'll be the number 3XL of Shorty Curran. He is from Browntown, Wisconsin, using Arctic Cat power. And the 44 is David Webster, the 44W out of Monroe, Wisconsin. A quick QBEX intermission break, and we'll be back with our final race of the weekend. That'll be the Pro Champ 440 final coming up in just a few moments. All right, time for your race of the day here. Pro Champ 440s, 10 laps will be the distance. We're running 10 laps, and here's how they line up. Out of West Chicago, Illinois, on the Red Bull Skidoo, the 220 is G-Money Gunner Stern. And out of Drummondville, Quebec, this is Supergirl, the 79 champion, on the Wall Brothers FXR 102. The rider is Blaine Harris. This is local Jordan Sobetsky on the 24. The 39X is out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin on the Hool chassis. The rider is Justin Peterson. The 75C is Calvin Cook from Dayton, Minnesota. And out of Lockport, another local rider on the Skidoo. This is Travis McDonald on the 8, and the 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. That is your lineup. 10 laps around here, our final Pro Champ race and race of the weekend. This is going to be a barn burner. 10 laps is the distance in our 50th race of the day. Don't forget, we will do a check presentation over in the beer garden at the Moose Den following the races. A few minutes after the races, we just got to get the checks together. That will occur at the Moose Den. So if you want to come for a nice cold Moosehead or Twisted Tea, you can do so. And we'll get the check presentation processed. Looks like we're swapping, I think. All right, it looks like we're ready to go here. This is a big one, ladies and gentlemen. 10 laps is the distance, and here we go. So far, so good as they head on down the back straightaway. Racing in the Pro Champ 440 final here. We're going to be back in March to do this again as part of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships for FXR. 220, Gunner Stern is the leader, the 102 of Blaine Stevenson in the second spot. The Wall Brothers 102 chasing down Gunner Stern on the 220, but he's got a big assignment in front of him. Stevenson on the 102 looking inside. The 39 is third. Look at this race for first place here. The best in the business up front here and doing battle for the lead. .220, 102, 39 is third. Justin Peterson doing a nice job in the third spot, being challenged now for that third spot as Gunner Stern continues to carve around the big half-mile oval. Travis McDonald in the 8 into the third spot now, dropping the 39 to fourth. Keep your eyes on Travis McDonald out of Lockport. He's got some speed. Blaine Stevenson on the 102, slowly catching the leader again. What a great race up front. Those two riders do not give an inch. Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers 102 looking for a hole on the inside, and he goes to the inside. 95 miles per hour on the previous lap, and Blaine Stevenson is charging. Wall Brothers Polaris up to the number 1 spot, dropping Gunner Stern to second, but keep your eyes in third spot. I believe Travis McDonald is closing the gap. Top three well away from the rest of the field. The 39 is 4. Is Justin Peterson out of Campbell Sport, Wisconsin. White flag coming out, final lap. Here we go. The Wall Brothers, Minnesota, out of turn 4, checkered flag. The 102 is going to win it. Gunnar Stern second, and Travis McDonald out of Lockport third. 39 fourth, and how about it for Jordan Sobetsky finishing 5th. Jordan Sobetsky on the 24, 5th spot out of Beausejour, Manitoba. What a great race that was. Wow, Gunnar Stern and the 102 of Blaine Stevenson really getting at it. But in the end, it was the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 102 taking the win on that 2025 Wall Brothers Racing chassis. They have got some speed, and they showed it tonight. And there's your winner, ladies and gentlemen. How about a hand for him? Nice work. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, we will be heading over to the Moose Den here momentarily for a check presentation. You can come grab a nice cold Moosehead. That will be going on in, well, maybe about a half an hour or better. I want to thank all of our great sponsors here that are with us throughout the weekend. Looking forward to a fantastic March. You can log on to cptcracing.com for more information on our March program. We had a great weekend here in Beausejour. I'll tell you, it was cold and tough, but the racing was fantastic. What a great job by all the volunteers and workers here at CPTC for an awesome job. Huge undertaking to put on this event, and once again, everybody at CPTC, very, very successful. Well, again, on behalf of the entire sponsors here at Co-op Community Complex, we want to thank everybody for coming to the races or tuning in on cooldown.tv. On behalf of the entire staff, again, have a great winter, and we'll see you here in March at the Co-op Community Complex. Have a great winter. We'll see you later.